Halló. Remélem, hogy hallatszik. Itt halljátok, vagy
I hope you can hear me.
hanggal minden rendben van?
Is everything okay with the sound? Thank you very much. Thank you for the feedback. I see everything is
Tisztelt
working.
főpolgármester úr, tisztelt főtitkár
Mayor
úr,
Karácsony,
tisztelt jelenlévő,
dear President,
teremben
dear
és a
guests,
YouTube,
here in the room and on the YouTube channel.
engedjék meg, hogy
I would like to introduce myself. I am Erzsébet Boros,
alelnöke,
Deputy President of CESI and President of MKKS.
egy nap az Unióról élni és
Our meeting today on a day on the European Union and living and working in the EU. I'm one of the hosts of today's meeting. It is an honor that after almost 4 years, CESI has returned to Hungary to organize a joint meeting with MKKS. It is a special honor for us that the Mayor of Budapest, Mr. Karácsony, responded to our invitation and and is here with us. I also would like to greet Mr. Klaus Heeger, Secretary General of CESI and President of the CESI Academy, the CESI Youth, and staff of CESI, and leaders of the member organizations and youth. Last but not least, the functionaries of MKKS and young members. I would also like to welcome two speakers, constitutional lawyer Dr. Lövétei and Amruskis, Deputy Mayor of Budapest. I would like to welcome the trade unions, my co-fighters in the MKKS, Magyar Zsolt from the National Board of MKS, Gábor Naszai from United Transport Workers, and the utility workers and Public Workers Union. I would also like to welcome the President of the Youth. Our colleague will moderate the youth panel discussion. Dear participants, the issues today we have on the agenda are extremely important. CESI and MKKS are focusing on both of the issues in Hungary, on the program today, living and working in the EU. My trade union is committed for the union movement, and next to being a woman in the union, the social peace and the peace in the world of labor are of utmost importance. In connection with the EU, beyond the importance of economic cooperation, social peace shall be promoted. We find it important to guarantee the rights in social life and in the world of labor. With the help of CESI, MKKS will do all it can to represent the interest of the civil service and public service workers and emphasize the importance of the European Union and the trade unions. All organizations, accordingly, CESI and MKKS can only exist if youth is also engaged. I'm proud that being in the board of CESI and MKKS, I can enforce the idea of organizing CESI youth. This goes back to 10 years ago. As a result of that, with the help of the CESI board, we managed to found the CESI youth organization here in Budapest and Lake Balaton. And Mateusz Angelos was elected. Mateusz Angelos is this person, and we are happy to greet him as well. Mateusz is extremely committed, and also his presence shows that past 10 years have been of utmost importance for CESI and for the involvement of youth in its work. I would like to welcome the young people who arrived from different European countries to Budapest for this occasion, and I hope that the CESI web project will bring the participants here and on the web closer to each other. I know it's not easy to be a young person wherever you live in the European Union. We, our organization MKKS, of course, focuses on the situation of Hungarian employees in civil and public service. We want to improve that. It is extremely difficult to start life, so to say, career in Hungary. Inflation, incredibly increasing prices all eat up the low wages in the sector. We have a lot to do. What can we do as trade union leaders and offer them? We have to convince them that they need to be organized, they need to be conscious and engaged workers, they need to be active in trade unions in the different cohorts. They shall use the strength and the knowledge that comes from unity, and this is much more than efforts made by an individual. We provide alternatives, we provide possibilities to jointly work for better social working conditions and living. We offer the hope so that being confronted with difficulties, they should not follow the anger, but the will to reach the goals jointly in a unity, and benefit from the goal, from reaching the goals jointly as well. We need this in our days. We know our own problems, and we have to realize that there is a necessity to come together. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to ask the Mayor of Budapest, Mr. Gergely Karácsony, to deliver his welcoming speech.
Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you as well, and I'm happy to be here again. Well, I have a very nice memory, because when I was elected Mayor of Budapest, the first event was an event organized by MKKS, and I was honored to take the floor then. And I'm happy to be here today. Some weeks ago, or some days ago, I read the Hungarian data from Eurobarometer depicting sad news that support for the European Union is declining, and first of all among young people. Well, that's our starting point for the next EP elections, and I think it's a warning that we should have a look at the past 2 decades, since Hungary has been a member of the European Union, and there is another common point between public services and trade union movement after the collapse of communism. And then we had the full membership of the EU, and we combined national objectives with the neoliberal economic policy. Hungary joined the EU when many political leaders looked at public services as costs which take away budget money, and so this is a burden on the shoulders of the state. So these costs were considered as being against competitiveness. Well, we have European and Hungarian interests. I wanted to inform you about that, because the world we are living in is more or less the same thought, but according to the present government, the European Union is something bad we have to fight against, and representing foreign interests. Well, these 2 ways of thinking has a common element, but there is a basic error, because both see the European Union from the Hungarian perspective as something that's far away from us, not a community we are members in, not a community where we can make our voices heard, where we can delegate members to the European Parliament, and we do have an influence on European decision making. And I hope that there will be a third approach, a totally different approach, that the European Union is a system of institutions which is not perfect. Well, we should inspire the EU to change, first of all, in the area of the social pillar. It's no treason of the European idea, but it's a combination of our Hungarian national interests and European interests. It is very interesting and important because it's not neoliberalism which influences the function of the EU, because the European institutions see that public services are a basic precondition for competitiveness. Well, we see that economic growth has ecologic obstacles, and Hungary with this, and now present day Hungary is fighting against this changing Europe, because we are at the periphery of the European Union, and it's a national interest to strengthen the social pillar of the European Union. It is important that the EU is not a unity of capital, but a unity of people, representing people. And this guarantees that we in Hungary have resources to improve the quality of public services. And it is very important to manage the wage situation of public servants. Well, I told you at the beginning of my opening speech that the EU is less popular among young people. So this is a warning sign. But we can understand it, because in the past years we experienced many crises, and we have a very unsafe image of the future. If you're talking about climate change, about economic insecurity, so young people feel that their future is not guaranteed, as it was, as it used to be the case with the older generation. But these fears should not be swept under the carpet. Well, we must admit there are serious problems. But I think the worst thing we can do is that we accept that the outside world, globally and in Hungary as well, if we say that there are only simple and bad answers to the questions, well, populism among young people says that we want to get some security in such an age, and we cannot give simple answers to difficult questions, but we can give good answers if there is a social dialogue, if there is a social openness, if the social actors can represent the interests of the generations, if we can integrate these things. And we have to play a very difficult game, which is called democracy. The EU can achieve its objectives, for which it had been created some decades ago, that it should have more democracy. It should not be the Europe of bureaucrats, of elites, but Europe of the voters, of citizens. And that's why it is important that many Hungarian voters go to the polls when the European elections take place, because the European Parliament is the most democratic actor of the European Union. And it is quite important that even Hungarian young people feel that if they vote, so they can reduce their insecurity, because their generation will bring Hungary and Europe to a more secure and safe Europe. Thank you very much, and I wish you a good conference.
Köszönöm szépen, főpolgármester úr.
Thank you very much, Mayor,
ezeket a szavakat.
for your kind words. And I'd like to ask Klaus Heeger, my co-fighter and host. So you have the floor. You have the floor, Klaus.
Yes, thank you very much. Wait, I'm just going to move that. Yeah, welcome everybody. And it's good to see you. It's good to to see our dear friends from Hungary. It's good to see our dear friends from basically everywhere. If you would, I would tell you from which towns we represent. I think Rome, Palermo, Helsinki, Iași, Budapest, of course, Brussels, Trieste, Paris. Well, you see, the mayor was mentioning that. That's the beauty. That's the beauty of youth, and that's the beauty of cooperation. And I would like just very briefly, because this event happens because we were cooperating, and the mayor was saying that, you were saying that. I mean, Erzsébet is a woman of a trade union. She's a tough cookie, huh? So when we negotiated this, yeah, but I was sure we negotiated, and that's the whole, I would say, sense and spirit of the European Union, and this is what you mentioned as being extremely difficult in democracy sometimes. I was grateful for this hard position you were defending, and I could imagine being a member of your trade union and having you as a president is a very, very strong benefit. I would like to thank you for this great cooperation. But why are we here? Because last year in, I think it was May or April, I went to visit my dear friend Luc in France, and I was supposed to deliver a speech in the morning for the French teachers. You know, there's nothing worse than standing in front of French teachers, I tell you. But even more so, he told me, well, you know, the people are not really happy. You know, they say, in French, you say, à quoi ça sert? What is it good for? What's in for me? What's in for me to be member of a trade union? What's in for us to be member of CESI? What's in for us to be member of the European Union? And I must say, I got, sorry for this word, I got pissed. I mean, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine had just happened a couple of weeks ago, and we were not able to submit something like a message. It is worth belonging. It is worth belonging to something like CESI. It's worth belonging to a trade union. It's worth belonging to the European Union. And so we had another meeting with the French, also with our French trade unions, and this is where we decided we have to speak about that. Yeah, we have to raise the questions, even if by the end of the day we say. And I heard today about the possibilities of Hoxit. You mentioned that, especially among young Hungarians, there's increasing criticism, or let's say skepticism. We have to address these things, and I really looking forward also that the European Parliament, Andrea, thank you very much for hosting us here, has been with us today in the, let's say, in the sight also of the upcoming European elections 2024. So we're here today because I'm very happy to greet the young generation, the participants at the Workers' Exchange Program, and I cannot see Mateus. There he is, yes. So that you are all with us today, because I would like also to have these 2 days as an informal event. You know, I mean, no preaching. Well, I'm preaching right now already, but no preaching. Let's say we say what we think, we say what we want, and I think we also emit our criticism and our skepticism. I've been working for 11, 12 years of CESI Secretary General, before that at the European Parliament. And I can tell you the European Union is something really cool and really horrible. And I think we have to learn to play the game, and this is why we're all here, because by the end of the day, I think we can influence so much. And I will ask our young colleagues again, because we all speak, you know, we will speak about liberal democracy, we'll speak in the fundaments it stands upon, like the rule of law, the separation of power, and I will ask the participants, the panel later, what does it mean? Who is involved, and what does it mean for you? And I have here, I'd like to greet you, Ivana, from Ukraine. She's working for the Ukrainian State Employees Trade Union, and I'm sure she will tell us also what she does, what each and every one of you is doing, to save these, how could I say, these principles which seem very empty, but which become extremely fundamental, I think, when we think of Ukraine. Because what surprises me, and then we come back to what you said about the Poles, how come that those in Russia who are responsible for the war committing war crimes, committing crimes against humanity. I think today was the 1 year. 1 year ago, all the massacres in Bucha were discovered. That those who glorify violence and the right of the strong, some of you might have seen. I didn't see it. I couldn't see it. But how this Wagner executed one of their own members, and some member of the Duma had nothing better to do than to post that. And how come that those for whom human life and dignity, I think, do not count, how come they still have so many friends in the world? And I must say also in the European Union, because some weeks ago, this is not very practical, I notice, but yeah, some weeks ago, you know, Zelensky was at the European Parliament, and he said the European life is under threat. But when I read readers' comments, for instance, there was a German newspaper, Die Welt, so somebody wrote a very good article about the standing ovation of Zelensky. And then I read the readers' quotes. That's how it looks like when corrupt people are among themselves. There's some kind of mass psychosis that leads to that devotion to Zelensky. This EU will break apart. And I start liking Vladimir Putin more every day. How come? How come? I mean, we're not in the series here, 50 Shades of Grey. I think at least that is what my hope tells me, that there's something wrong going on, which we can define and explain as being wrong. And if we don't, I think we do have a serious problem. And how come that the EU, in the present context, nevertheless, is being so strongly criticized? We have the corruption cases. Yeah. The EU is complex and bureaucratic. It is full of flaws and mistakes. I think Jaroslaw Kaczynski even said, and you were referring to that, the club of the elite. I could even say maybe he's right. You know, I strongly disagree, but he may have a point. But I think when we look at, for instance, 1914, we think the club of elites, what did they do? They hired trains to send millions and hundreds of, 1,000, 10,000, hundreds of thousands of soldiers. And now we have a club of elites. I don't believe it is an elite, because I'll come back to that. We have strong possibilities, and also, Erzsébet, you were referring to the social dimension, that they have a certain approach which should really unite us all today. And this is an understanding that puts compromise over brute force or intimidation, and a recognition that establishes cooperation on equal footing as a fundament. So the much hated and despised European compromise is, at least for me, a lighthouse. And why don't we say so? Why don't we say so? It stands for respect, not for the tyranny of the fittest. It stands for separation, fragmentation of powers, at least according to me, not for its concentration. And it stands for the respect of human dignity, I think the central element of everything, and not for its contempt. I have a nice quote here, which I used to mention. It's always from the former British Prime Minister David Lloyd George, and he was saying to his Jerusalem governor the following sentence. He was negotiating between Jews and Arabs, and he said to him, if one side stops complaining, you will be fired. And I think this is why we have a beauty here to celebrate, and I don't understand why we do not worship this EU compromise more. I think there's one further thing which is of fundamental importance, and that has been mentioned. We have to get involved. We have to get the young people involved. We have to shape this European Union. So many initiatives have been brought forward in the context of the European Social Pillar. You mentioned that. I think important projects, important initiatives, which might also, or which will also, to my mind, have a clear impact on the working conditions at national level. And Coming back to what Kaczynski said, or I think Mr. other critical people said, that the EU is a machine where you cannot influence much more. I'd like, because you will see a couple of quotes later on also, quote, not a politician, but an artist. And he's Thomas Belling from Germany, he's a theater director. And he said, some national politicians give us the feeling that the EU is an abstract machine that makes decisions over which we have no influence. That's not true. The EU is your machine. Think about it. Only if you know how it works, you can change it. And we, the citizens, the workers, but I think also that was referred to earlier, the public services, which do not only guarantee the fundamental rights, but also the well-being of people. I mean, we speak of safety, security, access to essential services, social inclusion, etc. That these people guarantee a level of work and a level of life where I think being in the European Union, being a member of the European Union, will always be a benefit. Finally, I come back to what I said, cooperation, cooperation, cooperation. Democracy, democracy, tiring, oh, it's so long now. Oh, yeah. I don't envy you, I must say. But finally, somehow a reflection of what we called human dignity, human rights and human freedoms, and we should worship that. And democracy means cooperation, respect, and I think this is the DNA of the EU. This is also the DNA of CESI, and that is why we're here today, and I look forward to this event, and thanks again very much for everything.
Köszönjük, Klaus Heeger, most pedig Lővei Andreának adunk szót, az Európai
Thank you
Parlament
very much, Klaus,
Magyarországi
and I would like to pass on the
kapcsolattartó
floor to
irodájának
Andrea Lővei,
parancsolja.
head of the European Parliament Liaison Office in Hungary.
Nagyon szépen köszönöm.
Thank you very much.
Én is nagy-nagy szeretettel
I would also like to greet you all here in the conference, at the conference, also the organizers, CESI and MKKS. Let me start again. So I would like to welcome you all, the organizers of the conference, General Secretary of the CESI, the representatives of international organizations, the leaders of MKKS, the mayor, and everyone, all of you who joined us from abroad, from different countries. As we heard it, from 7 different countries are the guests at the meeting and in the project. We saw that the European Parliament is also involved, respectively the Liaison Office of the European Parliament. The European Parliament supports the project as a pan-European project. We are very grateful, Mr. General Secretary, to come to the different member states with the events, and on these occasions you get into touch with the EP's Liaison Office. Thank you very much for having done so in this case too. We heard a lot of things in the introductory greetings and presentations. Among others, we heard about the EP elections. The Liaison Office is giving priority in Hungary too to spreading and sharing information on the elections, especially with young people and first voters. The European Parliament and its Liaison Office in Hungary and all other offices are organically cooperating for a joint goal. The joint goal is to return the trend, as it was already mentioned today, shows that young people seem to distance themselves from the European Union. However, I would like to remind you that in the EP elections in 2019, there was a major event contrasting to previous trends. And that was Europe-wide true. There was a a great increase in the number of voters, also in the number of young voters. The information on the EP elections, figures, or encouragement for participation and involvement needs to reach out to young people as well. We also heard about the Eurobarometer surveys as well. I would like to present to you the EP's survey in that respect, so that you can also use the information you see here now in the discussions later. In 2022, was on October when the last data were collected by the European Parliament. The challenges in connection with the challenges EU citizens are confronted with have named the following major elements. EU 27 average and Hungarian average show that the major concern is related to the economic crisis, increase of the living costs. These two are the leading concerns among the interviewees. Living costs. In this respect, I would like to draw your attention to one element. The interviewees were asked how satisfied they are with the measures the national governments take and the European Union has taken, and the general dissatisfaction is clearly visible in both directions, both in the direction of the national governments and in the direction of the EU measures. We can conclude that the citizens expect their national governments and the European Union's authorities and leaders to take appropriate measures. In connection with the aggression against the Ukraine, mention was made today as well of the invasion against the Ukraine and President Zelensky's visit to the EP. The sanctions were also part of the survey. The question was how far do they think that the sanctions have an influence on their life. There was a very surprising 31% who fully agree with the sanctions and 42% accept it to a certain extent, and the Hungarian average and the Hungarian figures was 44% who agreed partly and 18% were in agreement. All in all, 56% of the answerers said in Hungary that they agree with the sanctions, the responses in support of the Ukraine. The next question was on the cooperation among the EU member states. In Hungary, more than 50% of the answerers are satisfied. The image of the EU and the European Parliament, you see on the slide the support of the European Parliament and the EU. The figures are clear. The assessment of the EU is rather positive than negative, although there is a decrease of 5% at the EU level in its support, and in Hungary similarly, but we still hope that this is not going to be a long-term trend. In connection with the EP, at the level of the EU 27, there is a 3% decrease in the positive assessment, which means 30 and also a similar decrease in the assessment of the EP. The 36% of the answerers give a positive assessment to the EP, and 39% give a positive assessment to the European Union as a whole. Membership to the EU was the next area. What are the benefits of the EU? What are the benefits of being a member to the European Union? The answers visibly shows that the majority of the Hungarian answerers see economic benefits, and in their view these are the most important ones as well. In connection with the elections 2024. On the right-hand side, you see the chart diagram. The question was whether they would go and vote if the elections would be next week. Hungarians, 63% of the Hungarians said yes, and 77% of the EU 27 voters. So should the elections be next week, the Hungarians, there would still be more Hungarians to vote than those who would not be involved in the elections. The chart you see now was made in 2018, and if we compare the figures with those of 2018, then we see the difference. The figures are always, the data are always collected 1 year after the EP elections. And here what we see is that 56% of the data collected in Hungary were positive in relation to the elections. Today it was 59%. And 51% said yes, they would be involved in the elections, they would go voting in 2018, and today it's 71%, which means that the participation at the election of the only democratically elected institution of the Union is something where the Hungarian public has a positive attitude to. And we hope that in the coming months, we still have until the elections, we can mobilize even more by spreading information on the importance of the elections. Thank you very much. Let me conclude with these notes.
Köszönjük Lővei Andreának, és
Thank you
az
very
első
much,
blokk végén
Andrea.
átadom a moderálást
And
Szokolai Robertnek.
the next speaker is Robert Szokolai.
Átadom a mikrofont, és elköszönünk Karácsony Gergely.
And we also say goodbye to the mayor of Budapest. He has, for other commitments, he has to leave, but thank you very much for coming for the beginning of the meeting today. Good afternoon. Hi, young people. I'm so glad that there are so many of us here. In the coming 1.5 hours, we will discuss with experts. May I tell the speakers that after their presentations, they will be asked to sit down on the podium. The first will be Erzsébet, Boros and Klaus. After the first presentation, I would like to ask Klaus Heeger and Erzsébet Boros to join the first speaker here on the podium so that he wouldn't have to sit here alone. I'm very happy about this highly encouraging introductory presentations. Being Deputy President of CESI and President of the Youth section of MKKSZ, I was very happy about it. I'm hopeful that the coming meeting today and the next days will also be devoted to Hungary, to the Hungarian youth. I would like to ask first Mr. Zoltán Tóth to deliver his speech.
Hát tisztelettel, csak elébb tolom ide, így, ennyi elég. Hát tisztelettel a itt meglévő jelenlévő
Good afternoon
hallgatóság előtt.
to the audience here in the room.
Elnézést kérek, hogy engem úgy
And
tituláltak,
I'm
hogy szakértő
sorry that I was called an expert, but this is a slight exaggeration. It might well be that I used to be a university professor, but slowly but surely you
elporosodik, ha nem
get dusty if you do not exercise your profession like myself. It's been quite a long time that I retired. Of course, I didn't forget everything, and what I still know is going to be in my introduction. I was asked to speak about democracy in the EU, benefits, disadvantages. I am not going to recall the Eurobarometer because Andrea Lővei has stolen the show, so I just want to add one remark, but I would not go into the details and the summary of the Eurobarometer results. European elections. This was also reflected in the Eurobarometer presentation because the Eurobarometer survey was made on the approach and the attitude of the Hungarians to the elections, whether they want to go and vote or not. Of course, we know that there's another side of the coin as well. Who would they vote for? And that's not the same at all. This is at stake at the level of the European Union. This is what the representation of the European political life will depend on. What can the European processes offer to citizens? Mr. Heeger was touching upon this, Mr. Karácsony as well. What is it the citizens can expect from the European Union in the future? This is somewhat thin ice. We can explain the past, but what's going to be in the future is something that's rather unstable, unpredictable. You can never exactly foresee what's going to happen in the future. In social sciences, not at all. And outside social sciences, in natural sciences, it tends to be sometimes very difficult and can only happen after changes of paradigm, when people realize that previous approaches were inaccurate and so on. Okay, let me turn now to my topic. The democracy of the European Union, or democracy in the European Union. Democracy in the European Union has two resources. One is democracy as a core idea, a core issue, and the other is the rule of law. Here we perceive that both are important in Hungary. The rule of law and the democracy are the two sides of our dilemma. At the moment, we have no access to cohesion grants because certain rule of law conditions have to be fulfilled. And it seems that until the present day, these conditions have not been fulfilled, and we do not see how they will be. Because we're playing, or high politics is playing a game of I want it and I don't. Let us take the classical interpretation of democracy. Democracy is the rule or governance of the majority. Governance by and through the majority. At the moment, this means that Through the elections, a government is established
alapján.
on the basis of the majority results of the elections. This is the justification. However, the original meaning of the term was not this one. Aristotle
Értelmezte a maga
gave
módján, és ő
his own interpretation and said,
arról van szó, hogy a demokrácia és az
what's all about is that
az a különbség,
there is a difference between democracy and oligarchs. Oligarchs is the ruling of the rich, and democracy is the ruling in the interest of the poor.
ez nem ugyanaz,
This is not the same as the interpretation or definition I said before. Of course, Aristotle also added there are much less rich than poor, so it seems that the majority
alma van, de valójában a szegény
is ruling, but in reality,
ez
what's all about is the poor people.
az Európai Unió szociális
The mention was made of the social interest, the social scene of the European Union, the
ez
need of
lett
guaranteeing some kind of safety and security for the citizens. This is in the
Na most ugye
definition by Aristotle inherent.
demokrácia, tudjuk, hogy egy pillanatban a
Well, we know that
görög
democracy,
demokrácia, mint gyakorlat,
rooted in Greek democracy, as a real democracy and real governance.
de ne essünk tévedésbe.
But
Mikor az Atén
we should see the other side. When the Athens institutions, but I could speak hours about this because I used to do it for my students at the university, but I don't want to dwell upon that.
már
But
elfogadott
when democracy is an accepted
jegyében kormányoztak a görög
governance, or when Greek politicians
a politikusok nem a
ruled according to the rules of democracy. So politicians did not come from the poor strata. They were rich. They used poverty as a support background. So a political hinterland.
demokrácia kormányzás
Secondly,
formájában
in the
megjelent a
governance form of democracy,
demokrácián belüli konfliktus
politics emerged in the conflict systems within democracy.
miért is nem szerette a demokráciát a kormányzás?
And why did Aristotle not like democracy? Because it was discovered that democracy can be severely misused. Because the Athens form of democracy was connected with people who were called demagogues. What did they do? They try to convince people that true is what they are saying, and it's not true what the others are saying. And down with the others, long live us. And it can have a long life if someone steers a community. And the backside of this was just another example from Greek history. Themistocles won the war against Xerxes. Iphiade won the war against the Persians. So what happened to these two soldiers? They were voted down. Where did Miltiades go? To Xerxes, to the Persian king. He was defeated, but Persia was not occupied by the Greeks. Well, and due to this, they lost power. And I don't want to play with this. We should not believe that there are no such phenomena in present-day democracy. Although we have rules, institutional rules, which they want to eliminate. And the other important thing is the rule of law. Well, its original definition, and it was postulated by Immanuel Kant. And he said, a rule of law is where people can be sure that they have their rights. And the other side is obliged to fulfill the obligations. So it doesn't say anything about the state, how democracy and rule of law are intertwined. But the problem is that in the Enlightenment, modern development created the principles which transfers the problem of the institution into the governance. So then we have the separation of powers. It was made by the French. And Rousseau wanted to know how to rule, how to govern. And this led to many institutions of modern governance, because the French institutional system is based on Rousseau. So then we got the rule of law and democratic governance, because the rule of law is combined with human rights. Today we say civil rights. And this creates the institutions of the Enlightenment. So we have here some traces of democracy, because the voters have equal rights, but not in the original form, so that everyone is entitled to vote, because it developed very long in Europe and in America as well. Well, the Afro-American population, the black people, were not equal to the white population. And a very old woman had to get in a bus and took a seat where she was not allowed to sit, and she refused to give her seat to a young white person. And after this, the equality of black people began. And President Johnson had to rule that the National Guard should protect an Afro-American at a university in Alabama. And because the university didn't want to let him in, and the National Guard had to escort him. It was a very long process. In Europe, between the two wars, well, we know there is a schism in Europe. Everyone was equal in terms of voting rights, even women, but at some later. And in Eastern Europe, it was not developed. Well, it will come after the Second World War. But we know people should vote people who were installed by the victorious armies. And this sentiment is still there. Well, we have the fundament of democracy, which concerns the community of all citizens. And democracy will influence the structure of the state. We have the principles
sem lehet sértenie a
that
meglévő jogokat, lásd, aki
legislation should not interfere with constitutional rights. If someone has a constitutional right, they can be sure that these rights will be defended. And that's why constitutional courts were established. But it was in the US first and then after World War II in Western Europe. In Eastern Europe, there were no constitutional courts.
alakították azt az elvet is, hogy az
Another
állam
principle
szervezete
was
az nem
created,
csak szűken vett kormányzás,
namely the structure of the state is not only a governance.
főpolgármester úr lehet,
Well, Mayor of Budapest has gone away,
kormányzatok
but I would have liked to address him. But municipalities
szervezet részei
are a part of state administration,
szűken vett
as
minisztériális szféra.
the ministries.
A lényeg az, hogy
And the point is
ezeknek a jogait is garantálta.
that the rights of municipalities or other similar bodies are guaranteed by the constitutional system which had been set up.
Cezúra,
Well, we see the real
annak a tapasztalat
frontier in
jön létre
World War II.
Európai Uniónak.
And this is where the fundamentals of the European Union were laid down.
Után körülnéztek az
Well, after World War II, politicians looked around,
Európai Unió
and now
belépésére.
I'm coming to the EU.
Mondták, hogy
And they said
az a szörnyűség, ami történt.
that this horror, what had happened in the World War,
Konfliktusrendszer alakult ki az
that
államok között.
a conflict emerged
Olyan rendszert
among European states, and a system should be established in Europe which can
ne
eliminate
legyen még
this conflict.
fajta
We should not have reasons for this mechanism that we decide truth with the war.
de bár sokan
But many think that truth is part, that war is a part of
az
truth.
egy. A másik pedig, hát miért is lehetett a háborúra sor kerülni, mert a demagógusok,
Well,
tudjuk, hogy itt
the demagogues, and I think of the German demagogues,
fel tudták kapni azt a szegénységet. És itt ezt
could win the poor people, and we can go back to Aristotle. There are poor people and rich people in democracy.
háború, az első világháború utáni Czóresznek, hogy
Well,
így mondjam,
this fuss after World War I led
érvényesült,
to the demagogues,
el tudták
and
kapni
they were able to come to the surface, and they could
álló nagy többség,
catch the majority, a significant majority from the poor population.
vezetett, választásokkal, és
And
hogy így mondjam, visszaidézzük megint ugye
let's go back
konzultációval, mert ezt nem így találták ki.
to the consultation because it was not invented here.
A Dolfi találta ki annak idején, amikor
It was invented by Adolf when he became prime minister and he wanted to prove that he had a huge majority. And Adolf made elections as well. Well, half a year after he was prime minister, but he did everything to eliminate his adversaries. But that was a national consultation, and he could have written 97% are behind me. What was the name? Arbeiterpartei. Well, 97% of the population are in favor of the Arbeiterpartei. Well, the point is that a system should be produced which reflected on this problem on the differences between poor and rich. So we must manage a system that the poor side is not that poor. So we need some kind of equality, some kind of balance in the social system. And it should be solved institutionally that guarantees are given to the people which exist in the rule of law. And they should have a real function. So at the end of the 1940s, it was the basis of the initiatives which led to the EU. Well, on the 1st of November, the Treaty of Maastricht entered into force, and it formulated for the first time the substance of the European Union. It's a different union than the US, but it's a union. And the combination of these guarantees mean the real original substance of the European Union. And this Treaty of Maastricht and the Union of Maastricht made it possible that Eastern European countries could join the EU. Well, the Soviet Union agrees with the US that they will draw back their troops and they will leave Eastern Europe alone. These were the areas which they had occupied after World War II. And it made possible that Eastern European states joined the EU, and which didn't want to join. And because the sugar is there in Western Europe, and it's good to lick sugar. But if you have diabetes, I don't suggest it to you. And then there came a preparation phase, and 10 states could join the EU. But the Eastern European countries differed, one from the other, and from the Western democracies. Because Western European countries didn't experience state socialism. Well, I had a second job as a public servant, and I dealt with the translation of the European laws, because that was one of the preconditions that if Hungary wants to join the EU, so they must incorporate EU law into Hungarian legal system. And in special policy areas, that was a huge amount of laws and acts. But let's forget the past. Well, the point is, joining the EU, accession to the EU tried to modify the substance of Eastern European countries, and they should live up to the expectations of the Western European democracies. And it was a preservation of democracy, and the details came later, and then we had new problems. Protection of the environment, and I could go on with examples, because these problems were not felt at the moment of accession, and these problems are there, and they are actual problems. The deficits of the EU. Well, one deficit is that the integration, I'm coming to the end, this integration brought problems with it, not only in Hungary. It was not a total success, but the majority of the Eastern European states feel that it's better to belong to the sugar side than to belong to the nuclear warheads. Another thing that the European Union tried to preserve a thing which we define as national sovereignty, and it did not detach the government's possibilities at home. Well, we have the community of national states or a kind of alliance. So this discussion has not come to the end. It's not only a problem in Eastern Europe, but the Western European states have the same problem. There are very important states, let's say France, which is not very happy about integrating France into an international, supranational organization. Well, the process that the social system of the EU is functioning is important for the Eastern European states, because there is a lower standard of living.
The European Union has made it possible for those lagging behind to be supported by the richer ones. Because this is a balancing structure that serves the elimination of radical differences. This is the greatest problem, by the way, of the European Union at the moment. The rule of law can be a weapon. We Hungarians experience that exactly, that the rule of law is used for the benefit of the European rule of law against a country where, according to general assessments, there is no real rule of law. And coming back to one thing, in connection with the results of the Eurobarometer survey, we heard that the young people in Europe tend to distance themselves from the EU. I would like to correct that, because this is not that clear. Youth was slapped in the face when the funding of studies abroad were deprived of them. This is considered to be as a wrong step, but they want to study abroad. I see it with my own children. They want to learn all that is taught outside the country. They enjoy that possibility. So I don't think that the situation is disappointing. Of course, we have to eliminate the main reason for this ban of study subsidies, because the possibility of studying abroad is still possible. Thank you very much.
Köszönjük szépen dr. Lövétei Istvánnak.
Thank you very much, Dr. István Lövétei. István, would you please come here? Klaus and Erzsébet, you too.
Ahogy tetszik. csúszásban vagyunk, és
We're in a bit of a delay, and
szerep, hogy a
being a moderator,
és ha már Magyarországon
I have to control time now. Let me ask
ugye most nincs kérdés.
what we usually do. You do not have questions on that, do you? Okay, so we will come back to the presentation and the later. I'm asking now Ambrus Kis, General Deputy Mayor of Budapest, to make his presentation, and I would like to warn you when your time is up.
Köszönöm szépen, igyekszem.
Thank you very much. I'll try and keep the time limits. The three questions, what, why, and how, these are core questions. And whenever we are experiencing a set of crises, we should rather go back to the foundations, to the real questions, the core questions, answer them, and redesign the world we planned. István started by saying that he was named expert. By the way, he's an expert, but I cannot get out of my role of being Deputy Mayor of Budapest. My approach will be Hungarian and that of Budapest. And I would like to present some of the thoughts we from this aspect have accumulated. I have a couple of minutes to summarize a main message. This means to me, a video was made on that, and what I said in that VHS was that a strong European Union, to me, is only possible through strong member states. The depth of the unity of the questions can be discussed, but without the feeling of being a loser, we can only make progress in this story if no one feels to be lost or being a loser. The Hungarian, this is something that can be misused, and I think the Hungarian government does misuse this notion. Government misuses it because it clearly, after the Brexit, the European Union cannot lose any more members. We need, as I said, strong member states, and strong member states need strong societies that are resilient. We need engaged societies, and due to the fact that we're here now among civil servants, public service employees, we must rely on that. What do we need to have a strong society? We need possibilities to enforce rights. Both as an employee, workers' employees should also have the possibility to say no, and to be aware of the fact that after every no, something will happen, not against him necessarily. The benchmark to me are the Northern European countries. They have three important elements: strong workers' representation, strong unions, and a government that is partner in that. A government that does not see the social dialogue as something that weakens the society, but something that strengthens it. The three core questions of our conference can be answered by that questions. Let me tell you a secret. The mayor said, you heard the mayor, he's been in this position since October 1999. At the beginning of 2020, the COVID crisis, then a social crisis, then an economic crisis came. Then from 21 on, you can perceive that something is not doesn't go well in the economy. 22, the aggression, the migration crisis, energy crisis. So this is a period of permanent crises. Why us? You can ask how to overcome them, and when, what to do. And the fourth question is, when do we come a period when we do not have to manage a crisis? One thing has become clear. to run public services, you must have alliances. The government doesn't want to be in alliance with us, doesn't want to be even partner of us, and we didn't even beat them. Of course, the government can not be qualified in the same manner vis-à-vis us. But talking about partnership, we thought that our partners, we should have the unions among our partners. They're the ones we need to rely on when we want to save the capital and its operation from one crisis to the other. If we want partners, then the partners must have the feeling that they're also involved in the decision-making, which means we must set up the negotiating tables, where we do not only discuss what we should discuss about, but also what we have to do. So you have to be a leader of a company, but you also have to understand the interest of the companies that belong to the government, and it's also important to me that the members we talk to are also organized members. We have to be able to present that the union is no enemy of us, but the partner at a negotiating table. Sometimes we may disagree, sometimes we may have heavy disputes, but you have to go through them, and we're doing so because we need public services everywhere. We understand that all employees are valuable. Without them, no public service can be provided. And let me here make a remark in connection with the EU. The mayor started by saying that the Hungarian government is strongly Eurosceptic and has policy making against the EU. So whenever there is a criticism made vis-à-vis the EU, then they can say that we're saying the same things about the EU as the government. But let me be still critical, because we have to be honest when we are in a dialogue. And the criticism is the following. We need more and deeper Europe. And social Europe is something where you have to deepen the cooperation. It's not enough to provide grants or resources for infrastructure in investments in Hungary. This will not resolve life. Life is resolved when the rights are also balanced. And indeed, there is a lot of chance here in that respect, also for the western parts of Europe. When the Western European economies is based on the, so to say, exploited Eastern European workers, they cause negative impact. They have a negative impact on these societies and also on the future. I think companies from the West in Eastern Europe should be the same and work in the same manner, and vice versa. Let me come to the energy crisis. This is another example. We understand what we mean when we speak about energy crisis. Hungary is very similar to the Central and Eastern European countries in that respect, because we're very much dependent on Russia, on the Russian gas. Perhaps we're even more afraid of this dependence than the reality would justify it, and perhaps the government does less than what could be done to decrease this dependency, but still we struggle with the long-term energy agreements with Russia, even during war times. 2022, summer 2022, we were confronted with the rocketing energy prices. Just to give you another example, and I'm not going to translate it to euro, just talk about the shares. The public lighting in Budapest cost 4 billion in 1 year, and after summer 22 we realized that making agreements on the coming year, then prices increased to 55 billion, which is 11 times higher than a year before. So you have to see what's going on in Europe with these energy prices. Let us not be hypocritical. Energy prices are not determined by Hungary or in Hungary. These are stock market prices or products. And looking at the prices, we see that these prices are extremely high. Something is wrong. Of course, the European Union split the services and the grids, but there is a mistake in the system. There is a mistake because we were not prepared for the crisis. So we said we need some kind of an intervention, either at the EU level, which is still to come, or at the member state level. Let us save the cities. The government should save the cities and public services. We saw there are good examples. The Polish model, for example, they said we save public services, decrease energy prices, moderate, introduce the price cap. By the way, in brackets, the mayor of Warsaw is also in opposition, just as Karácsony Gergely is in opposition to the Hungarian government. But still, in Warsaw, they managed to introduce that system. We didn't have that in Hungary. We still buy energy at market prices. There is no state subsidies given to us. So I'm not going to go into details, but we had to develop a Budapest model, a different one than the Polish, which is based on the state subsidies, but our model is based on an immense risk. And we can't bluff, because energy prices in public services are clearly not based on fundamental processes. These prices are now at the level because the market prices are not necessarily because the market prices were manipulated by not necessarily consumers. And this is a criticism I'm formulating now, because the EU was very slow in intervening into that. In crisis times, there is one thing you must provide, and these are the public services. Public services run the state system. It's all the same, whether the state system is central, municipal, separated, independent office. These must run. Without that, private operators cannot jump in. We had certain examples for that where private capital was invited to replace public services, but it didn't work. I may be naive, but I hope that by the end of the conference today, the 3 questions you posed, you will find the answers. Or if not the answers, you will come to broader questions at least that bring them closer to the answers. But believe me, without creating a social Europe, we will never be able to speak about Eastern Europe catching up with the West. There's no other way. For example, the avenue the Hungarian government tries to draw by the battery factories, cheap Hungarian workforce will be based on Eastern operating capital, and exploitation by the West will be a cul-de-sac, is a dead end. Without this solution will bring no revenues. The government will not be able to invest into more efficient structures, and this will mean that public services will slowly disappear, in spite of the fact that everyone knows that public services are extremely important, especially in crisis situations. Drinking water, for example, is a clear example. Last summer, also in the vicinity of Budapest, there were villages where water has to be brought by cars, tankers, and this is what I call exploitation of public services. This was an example for the exploitation of the drinking water. Let me finish here and express my gratitude for this meeting, and I also hope that there will be possibility to pose questions, and I hope that I also helped you catch up with time. Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen.
Thank you very much.
Teljesen behoztuk a csúszást, úgyhogy kerek 30 percünk
We
van
have now
beszélgetni.
30 minutes for
Kérdezem is
question and answers. So
hogy
I'm
most
asking
van-e
you
olyan
now,
kérdés, amit nem sikerült
if
feltenni
there's
az
anything you
előtt,
would like to
akkor
put
hallgatunk
now,
titeket.
you would like to ask now.
Senkinek nincsen kérdése.
No questions?
Nekem van kérdése.
I would.
Igen. What you want for? Do you have a question? Szóval Klausnak van egy kérdése.
Klaus has got a
Úgyhogy
question
hallgatjuk.
to Mr. Lövétei.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for these really outstanding, how could I say, presentations. And it was, for me, not being the youngest anymore, it was still like a really, really nice trip back to ancient Greece. And I would like to thank you for that. Because you referred to it, that because of the rule of law conditionality mechanism, certain, and you were referring also to what the parliament said, that the membership of Hungary in the European Union is becoming less popular, but you said there's studying abroad, meaning Erasmus, and which is blocked. What solutions are there now?
What solution? This is the question. What solution? This is the question. Question. I don't know solution.
But there's, I mean, I'm from Western Europe, so I might belong to those also you said after 2004 who would a little bit coming in a certain arrogant way also to Eastern Europe. Isn't there? I mean, what we always say, why doesn't the government comply? Once again, this is I'm aware this is very complex, but you know,
very complex, too complex. A kormányzati rendszer a nyugat-európai országokban egy
in the Western countries
képest, Magyarországhoz képest egy bizonyos értelemben kiegyenlített rendszer,
is more balanced than what we have in Hungary. There, the different actors, many actors, have their own role in the process of governing, in enforcing their interest in governance. The problem in Hungary is that there is a very conscious, there was a very conscious process, and as a result of that, not only after the elections in 2010 or 2012, but before as well, to a certain extent the government tried to oppress to a certain extent these processes. Not all actors were let in the group of those that could have a role in governing and could contribute to finding certain solutions. After 2012, the government was very conscious in opting for this solution. The government thought that a quick economic development requires what South Korea, Singapore have done. Strongly centralized governing hand with full power oppresses all those who kind of want to put obstacles to the government. And they hope that this was the basis, that was the concept of the Prime Minister, that this can launch a very quick economic development. You can now see whether he succeeded or not, but it's clear that the Hungarian government is ready to sacrifice everything to say it in a funny way. With a half hand, he raises GDP levels. That was a cartoon in a stand-up committee, and I hope you understand what we mean by that. The processes that can make a balance or can lead to a balance in Hungary between social understanding, the operation of the social sector,
hogy a neoliberalizmus gazdasági elmélete vagy politikai egyében elnyomja magát az államok szolgáló.
But the neoliberal elements are oppressed because all these are an obstacle to the public sector led and controlled by the government.
Neoliberalizmus jegyében
neoliberalism would increase the salary of the public sector, but that's a burden to the central budget, would not allow other areas to invest. So that's the way the Hungarian government solves these problems, to have a greater balance in the society, in the processes and in the social processes. So this is something we do not have. Of course, it's very difficult to agree with a very strong government, and his supporters do not want to do that. From time to time, they may come up with certain wishes, but that's the only manner what we can see in reality as a solution.
Kis Ambrus?
Ambrus Kis? Hogyha a kérdés arra irányul, hogy olyan egyszerű lenne megegyezni,
it is so easy to harmonize the interests and to put into practice the conditions the European Commission prescribes. But if you have been establishing a political system 22 years, so he's not ready to compromise, because he should give up this established systems. And the Fidesz government truly believes that they can play a mythological role between East and West. Well, so there is a Hungarian saying that Hungarian inventiveness is above all, and Hungarians go as last to the revolving door but come out first. That's not true, but it's a good myth. And he implements it into politics. So well, we make businesses with Russians, Chinese, the Arab world. Well, we fly to Belarus, where we shouldn't be, but we are so intelligent. But we have a minister who can speak European, and we send him to Europe and so on. And if we look at the reality, it functioned perfectly. Well, the governing party won 4 times, a 2/3 majority. Why should the government change in politics? But the situation is different, because it's very different to discuss economic fundaments. And Hungary is in a very exposed position. We have a huge budget deficit, so we almost no incomes from foreign trade. Well, we have interest rates of 17%. So the population and the companies cannot take loans. So this could be a momentum. which will move away a bit the Prime Minister. But if not so, we will have, instead of Erasmus, Azerbaijan-Saudi Arabia cooperation in education. And the capital in the European Union, let it be, because car manufacturing is responsible for 20% of the GDP, mostly German Bavarian capital. As in Italy, economic actors could be against Berlusconi. In Hungary, didn't. Well, because trade unions have been ruined, labor law was modified, and the capital was satisfied with this. Capital was not interested in press freedom, constitutional court. Well, this is the problem of the voters. I think this is the first moment where there could be an interruption in this story. Maybe we could slide away from the EU, or a kind of consolidation can be expected. But in Hungary it was so often repeated, there will be a consolidation, there will be a consolidation. Sooner or later we will believe it ourselves. Well, I'm not dealing with political arguments. So what I see as an interest representative of employees. So there is a reality we see, we represent individuals, and we have the impulses from individuals. And this is the standard of living of individuals, which is tragic in Hungary. Well, Hungarian participants know, but to inform our foreign guests, how far are we in public servants, wages? We rank second at the bottom. So we are ranking second at the bottom. And where are the prices? Where are the inflation? We rank first. And this is the basis of everyday life. Well, then I have an end product that people who are employed by the state, so what do they think about the situation? I think it is important to define this because all of you understand this. So this is reality. Well, reality is if I can survive from my wage or not. So there are minimum wage, a guaranteed minimum wage. Well, we don't know the principle decent wage for decent work. It's true in just a few places. We have huge problems. And our job is very difficult in representing interest, but we must strengthen it because there is another dimension in Hungary, propaganda dimension, in which tries to cover real problems. And these two approaches are not getting closer to each other. So if we start an action, we can be sure that the government says it is politically motivated and we interfere with politics, we support the opposition. I see Erzsébet nodding. Well, that's totally true. And you should feel it. There is a reality, a brutal reality. And this is the brutal reality we have to deal with. And I'd like to tell you the propaganda approach. And why am I telling you this? Because when we ask for help via CESI or the European Union, and if we get help, so this is a very positive thing. and people experience it as a positive thing.
Nem ez valósul meg, hanem az, hogy
But
nem látják, hogy mire lenne jó a kapaszkodó, miben tudna bennünket segíteni.
if they don't see where we need help, well, we can have beautiful statistics, and polls, people are dissatisfied. And if you are socially disadvantaged, you have a different dimension. Because to survive, to feed my children is the first priority, and I won't deal with other important things. So we must do anything to represent reality. Then reality is coming towards us, and it hits us in the face. And we must do the necessary steps. We must organize actions, and we should not be satisfied with the present situation. And we are confronted with many difficulties, but we must continue this work. Because we must find normal answers. If not so, we are exposed to those who we shouldn't be exposed to. Well, I believe we should represent our interests in spite of the difficulties. We must find a grip somewhere and surmount the difficulties, because we don't want to get into the same situation we have already experienced. In Hungary, in the time after the political changes, everyone thinks that we need another change of the system. And this is not a utopia, because if we look at the building stones which are important, then everywhere reforms are needed. We could start with the constitution and go on. And that's important, and I'll give back the mic because I will use or misuse your time. But to make you understand, that's why these talks are extremely important, because we can have difficulties once, twice, but we must stand up against difficulties. Thank you very much for the contributions. Well, we can discuss another question, but I think I have to take the floor as a young trade union officer. So, this is justified that Klaus asked his first question, and it was not by chance what Erzsébet Boros said. Well, the question was, if no one knows the solution for Hungarian young people, how they can stay in the Erasmus program, I'd like to draw the attention of the European young people to the fact, what can we tell you? What can we tell Hungarian young people if they want to leave the country where expenditures are very high and income is very low? Well, we should trick Erasmus, and then you should not go for half a year abroad, but you should go to a foreign university. But it's not possible for us to study abroad if we don't have a rich family. So they can't leave the countries for studies. Well, we have a contribution. You will get a mic.
Thank you very much. I come from France. I'm responsible of Teachers' Labour Union. What is absolutely passionate in these discussions, and it's probably one of the things that the Western countries don't know enough, and that we heard a lot today, it's these huge differences between East and West. And I can tell you that in France, people do not realize these differences. We always complain about our own situations, and you know that French, we are specialists. I'm just lucky to be here today. Yes, these differences are just amazing, and what we hear in France, and not only in France, in Italy too, in Spain too, and I don't even speak of the United Kingdom. Too many people have the impression that Europe is just taking their money. Remember Margaret Thatcher's argument. Give us our money back. People have the impression they pay and they pay and they pay for the others and don't get anything for themselves. Individualism is rising in Europe. You know it so well as I do. So these three questions we see on this board are really very important. They're fundamental, and we discussed about them yesterday evening with Klaus, because the situation in France is getting quite difficult, even very difficult. People, you know, are getting real angry after the government, but not only because of the government, but because of the general situation. How can we explain to a French citizen whose purchase power diminishes too, that he still has to pay taxes to help other people? What is the meaning of solidarity nowadays? Because people just do not know what happens here. To be honest, I prefer teaching in France than teaching here in Hungary. My standard of living is quite good. Not so good as I would like to, of course, but it's quite good. So I just wonder, and I think it would be absolutely fundamental that we find the answer to this question. Why are these differences so important? What can we do to diminish these differences, and how do it with convincing people of richer countries, allow me to speak this way quite directly, of richer countries, that they have a duty of solidarity. So is a little my contribution, what I wanted to say. Thank you for all you said. It really opened my mind.
Köszönjük szépen. Kis Ambrus szeretne hozzászólni.
Thank you very much. Your example is so good. At the end of 2018, there were immense demonstrations in Hungary in connection with what we call the Slave Act, on overtime, framework conditions, and so on. And indeed, that was an occasion when we saw that the government attacks even harder labor rights. I was at a conference those days and I spoke about that problem, and somebody from a Belgian union said, oh, that's really nothing, but what they experience in Belgium is terrible. But then I said, we don't even sit down as a union with the governments. And he said, oh no, that's nothing. Last time we were only given 2 hours. So the problem is exactly that everyone has his own or her own approach, looks only that way. And as we heard now, when we say that food prices increase much stronger than wages, for example, did. And okay, what do we have to do? What is the conclusion? What should happen after that? I don't know the solution, but I know one thing for sure. We must not draw the conclusion that this was a failure and the rich should be left for themselves and only tackle things around themselves and leave Eastern Europe as it is once they wanted to go that way. I think the right conclusion would be, yes, whenever the resources are distributed in the EU, the resources would have to be attached to obligations, and there should be a responsibility to fulfill the obligations. We should and we should not forget that Brussels is always coming in the end to an agreement. 2 steps to the left, 1 to the right. We issue 2 communications, and if you take that, it's okay. The situation has changed, I think. There is a generation of politicians in Europe who consider Hungary as important also without being Hungarian. And of course, I think it's great, it's fantastic what you have now in France with all the demonstrations. But unfortunately, I have to say, if the same plans or draft acts were made in Hungary, people would not go to the street because we're socialized in another manner. What we learned is that whatever we do, the government will in the end proceed the way it wants. István Lövétei also, and Klaus Heeger.
Quickly.
Yes, he can.
Yeah, thank you very much, Luc. And what you said is, do you hear the translation, the interpretation? It reminds me very much of your dear friend Mélenchon. And he said, I don't know, a couple of months ago, he said, so what do I care about the Baltic states? It could have been Hungary, it could have been Czech Republic or whatever. Even the Romans didn't go there. This is not my story. Just get lost, basically. And I think this is something which I find deeply irritating also. Because this is, it comes back, I think, to what you said also, or to what the mayor said about populism. Because, of course, the moment you feel you earn less, you feel you're being confronted with rising prices or whatever, the first reaction is, I'm suffering and I'm paying, as you said, for somebody else. And I mentioned earlier also the reaction in Germany to President Zelensky's speech in the European Parliament. I mean, in Germany, they say, and now he wants, I mean, after we got him helmets and gloves and shoes and guns, and now he wants this and that, and this permanent feeling. And the Greek example is a perfect example. The lazy Greek people, and we Germans are paying for them. This is really unacceptable. And I think if we go back to the why, how, what, that this is where we, the trade unions, this is where the public services or the public service coordination corporation plays a fundamental role and should play a role, because by the end of the day, and I think we all agree here that if we need more cohesion, if we want more cohesion, we need certainly more Europe, and if we need a fair Europe, we need simply stronger, let's say, actors of civil society, and that includes trade unions and, of course, the public services. Yeah.
Most Lövétei Istvánnak adom át a szót, röviden kérem, és utána
István Lövétei briefly, and then Mateusz would like to say something, and he will be the last then too. Yes, the only thing I would like to add here is that the European Union cannot go up to the wall with this alternative of rich and the poor. The rich countries have the right to say that they must bear the
valamilyen szintű moderálását.
Burden of moderating the social systems in the poorer countries, because they're the ones who earn the money and then they have to transfer through some kind of a mechanism to these countries, to the poorer countries, cohesion, subsidies and everything else. And so I think we will reach the end of this possibility. And we see it coming, and it's not the same at all from the perspective of the European Union, what problems the different countries will have. And just to put it less seriously, we heard that in Hungary people would never go to the street if we had the same draft acts. There's no wonder in that. I'm not surprised that Hungarians would not go to the street if the government wanted to introduce a pension age limit of 64. But that's just a joke. I hope you understand. Thank you very much. Mateusz?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to pick something up that you said, Luc. And bring back the focus, because I would say that already there's one key solution existing for more solidarity and also bringing more awareness what is happening in the European Union, because we are here in Hungary and we already discussed that here is a very negative development in the last years already, and this is also that we will pick up in the next panels as well. So I think one of the solutions to come back to young people is Erasmus+. that we have to develop furthermore these programs. I mean, and also trying to bring more young people from the Western countries to South or Eastern Europe as well, to really show how is their reality and demonstrate them. And I think when someone is for 6 or 12 months or even longer living abroad, integrating in a university, in the society, there is a kind of sense of sensibility to understand the society, and all over their life there will be always understanding for the problems of these people. So here we have already one solution where we really have to invest also more in the Erasmus programs. I was just checking out, Erasmus had 2017 30 years of anniversary, and what do you think, how many people went to Erasmus since then, roundabout? Just give a number.
Luca?
Luca? No, you ask who did it. Okay, who did it, then I also did it. But what do you think, how many, in general, millions have done it since? 5, nearly 5 million in 35 years. I mean, that's 160,000 only per year on average. I mean, that's compared to a population of 500 million people. I don't know how many young people live on this continent, but it's really nothing. And the big obstacle here for Erasmus Plus, especially in the southern countries, is the finances, as we were speaking about it, that it's really not possible for young people to go abroad and study then for a few months if you're not coming from a rich family. The other side that Luca was speaking about is also media could be a better key solution. I mean, why is our media, when I'm watching German media it's always mostly negative sides about the EU bubble? Like, why is the media not transporting more what kind of values we have thanks to the EU, how many regional, local, and also on federal levels projects we have co-financed by the European Union to really promote all of this, so that people are more aware of this community, of this peacemaking community, and have a more sense on this, and also develop with this solidarity. Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen.
Thank you very much.
Nincs lehetőségünk több hozzászólásra, úgyhogy
We do
ezennel
not
szeretném
have,
megköszönni
unfortunately,
Boros
any possibility to
Péternének,
contribute, and I would like to thank the
Istvánnak,
panelists,
Klaus
István
Heegernek
Lövétei,
a
Klaus Heeger, Andrea Lővei, and Erzsébet Boros for participating in the panel. I think we started from one question, but we broadened up and talked about a lot of different things. Thank you very much. And allow me now to announce three important things. We have a break of 30 minutes, and this is very important. Here in this room, however, you must not bring anything except for the water bottles. Please do not bring coffee or food snacks here inside. Second, we were sticking to the deadlines, which means you all received a sheet of paper when you signed the list of participants. Sharp at 5, we will leave from in front of the hotel. Please take that into consideration. We must be finished by 5. This concerns all Hungarians and our foreign guests. And the third is something I forgot, so please, we'll see each other at 3 o'clock.
So, welcome back to the second part of today's event, and you can see it just from the beautiful faces here. This is the youth panel, right? And I think we will have, I think there was quite some food for thoughts which was disseminated this morning, and I'm very, very curious also to hear, of course, from your perspectives, what are the big challenges when it comes to Europe, when it comes to social Europe, when it comes to Europe, which, how could I say, continues to be a cohesive Europe in which solidarity plays a role. And I have very, very, very interesting people joining me. First of all, I have, of course, Mateusz Vandrejewski. Mateusz is the chairman or the president of CESI Youth and the federal chairman of the DBB Jugend in Germany. Mateusz, welcome. We have then Sara Rinaldo from Italy, from FISMIC, Secretary General, and also member of the board of CESI Youth. We have Robert Szokolai. Szokolai. Because I always think of chocolate, but I know that's always the way I can. And of course, Robert introduced himself already. He is head of the youth section of MKKS, and of course, also member of the youth board. And I'm very pleased also to be able to welcome Miranda Karagöl from Finland, and it's great to have you with us because I think the Finnish, there are many things happening in Finland, so I think it suits perfectly into the entire discussion. And Miranda is also working for the customs union in Finland with this tiny little border you're having with Russia, so certainly we will hear also some interesting insights. And last but not least, I'm particularly pleased about that. I introduced you, I mentioned that earlier, Ivana Hrabko, head of the youth section of the Ukrainian Trade Union of State Employees. A big, big applause to these 5 young people, please. Now, what we have behind you is just random quotes of random people. Most of them are famous. Many of them are not so famous, about how they perceive actually the European Union. And as I said this morning also, there's no preaching today. There's no single view. I mean, you've seen the panel earlier. You could see the different views, whether it was coming from the mayor, from the deputy mayor, from the trade unions, or from the academic world. So I think there's no such thing as simply saying the European Union. And I like this. Who is it? One of the quotes was saying, Jacques Delors, he was president of the European Commission, and what he said, I never really understood what actually this European Union is. Let's start with freedom. We're living in times. I remember in the 80s, 90s, I was finishing my studies, studying at university, and it felt a little bit like the most free moment, I'm going to say, in this past 30 years. And then we had 9/11, and then we had the 2008 financial crisis. Then we had the terrorist attacks. Then we had Corona. Then we had inflation, war in Ukraine, and of course, all behind that, you have the necessary steps to be taken in order to fight climate change. What does, for you, actually, freedom mean? And what are, according to you, the biggest threats to freedom nowadays? And I would ask these questions to all of you, always because we have 15 questions we will go through, that you will be short. Mateusz, please.
Freedom. I mean, it's a big word. We are speaking about it a lot, and we hear it a lot. And I think from my personal side, if I will bring you my life example, is already a demonstration of a great freedom that we are having in our European Union. I am born and grew up in Poland, migrated as a child to Germany. So already here, I could my parents and me, we could experience the freedom of mobility in the European Union. Then I had access to education, and also here was freedom because my parents and me, we could decide which school I wanted to go, just based on the marks I was writing. So basically just about how motivated I am and how educated I am. So basically the freedom of choosing my school and education was also laid in my parents' hands back in the days. The same comes later when you are having freedom to choose the job you want to do. As a young person living in the European Union, we have access to many jobs. It's mostly just about how good we are at the school, and then you can have a decision about the labor market taking as a young person, and there you're also free in your decision. The other freedom that we are living is, I'm living it right now. We just had demonstrations in Germany. We are now in the bargaining, in the collective bargaining, and we have been since 3 months now nearly every day on the streets fighting for better working conditions, for more salary, and also for better working conditions for young apprentices, for young people in the public service. And we have the freedom to go out on the street, claim for it, ask for what we are needing, and also speaking up about it, what we are needing, in public. We can say our mind setting, we can speak about what we really need and what we think or we believe that we deserve. So we also have here the freedom of speech. And another big freedom, something, it's a co-occasion today. Today is International Transgender Day. I was reading the Day of Visibility of Transgender. So another big freedom that we are having is that we can decide who to love, whoever we want to love. And it's also another big freedom that we are really participating and we are having. And if I could have a big dream, it would be that now as youth representative, every young person, not only in Europe but also worldwide, would be so privileged like I am and we as young Europeans are in general, because we heard today already there are differences in the European Union. But in general, we have a lot of freedoms here, and we really need to fight for them with everything that we are having, because this freedom is attacked since many years from many sides.
Thank you. Well, as you said as well, freedom is a very complex concept. What I would say, and I'm going to be a little bit provocative here, but it's because I'm going to make you understand the difference and the importance that what happens at European level and what happens maybe at national or in my everyday life, in my workplace. For me to be free is also to be free of the judgment of others, to actually be valued as an individual. And I'm going to touch upon a little bit on gender equality here. I'm going to say, here in my workplace in Italy, I hate being labeled as the young woman. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. Why? Because if I work hard and I succeeded because I'm a young woman. So my value is demolished. If I actually make a mistake that somebody else could make because we work, I'm actually the young, inexperienced person. I'm a woman with no value, or the incompetent woman. So suddenly I feel the weight of the label because I represent all of the young people, all of the women in my workplace. And that is actually extremely hard. The difference is when I come at European level. In these events, when I'm with others from other countries, I'm suddenly just an individual, which work with what is valued is what I say, how I say it, how respectful I am of others. I'm not just a label. And for me to actually be free, and this is what happens when you are at European level, because we actually cherish diversity and we value diversity, and we suddenly do not think about labels so much anymore and being confined in a group of people. For me to be free is actually to be free of the judgment and the weight of labels for me, myself.
Nehéz megszólalni.
Well, it's difficult to take the floor because everything was said. I'd like to look for a third approach. Freedom is partly that you can take decisions for your own life. And that's an interesting question in Hungary. And I'd like to have a double approach like Sarah, EU and Hungary. So do we have in Hungary an opportunity to take decisions for their life? Well, young people don't have. Well, you have the right to love who you want to love, but sometimes it's almost illegal. Well, you have the right as a young employee to defend your rights. No, you don't have this right. There are workplaces where you can't join the trade union or else you lose your job. Well, you have rights. Do you have the right to be young?
egy magyar fiatal a fiatalságát.
So can a Hungarian young person experience, love his or her freedom? Can we go on holidays? Can we have a decent life because we are not depressed by student loans, the community where we are forced to live? Because a young Hungarian person cannot survive from a Hungarian wage, but even a family is endangered. Well, we don't have a decision-taking position. And if I go to the EU level, well, I can switch back to 35 minutes earlier. I'd like to have my right to go to Erasmus, but if am I in the wrong university, I can't go on Erasmus. So, well, I can't experience freedom as a young Hungarian person because I have no possibility to do that. Well, I don't know how I can finish it in a positive way. I didn't want to be the dark cloud on your sky, but I could go on because we discussed it with Mateusz, and it's very difficult to explain how things are in Hungary. Well, I would like to fund a company if it's possible. I did it, I was satisfied, but it was made impossible for me, and I know many people who did like me, and we met young entrepreneurs who were not able to attend this meeting because their situation as entrepreneur is hopeless. Because I wanted to be an entrepreneur because I was not able to survive. Well, what can I have? Live in need. Well, I don't know. I don't know where freedom is. It's not in Hungary. Well, I give the floor to my neighbor.
All right, thank you. Very important topics from my fellow speakers, I must say. So I come from Finland, and the freedom of speech is one of the basic rights, and it actually has been in the public discussion and news recently since we have the government election on this Sunday. Being able to speak your mind and thoughts openly has been something that has really been in the discussion of our political parties. When it comes to speaking and conversation, communication skills in the working environment, they bring equality and gives a person the sense of freedom. We have a really low hierarchy, power structures in Finland. For example, I work in the customs, still there is no big hierarchies there. Being able to speak your mind, even to your manager, is something that is really important. It makes the employee satisfied and brings trust. It also attracts and retains talent among the workers. For me personally, freedom is also it means being part of the political decision making. And actually 500,000 Finns would actually like to be more politically involved. The Finnish democracy is a success story. She told us about the equality between men and women. I think the situation in Finland is good, but of course there is still some things that could be improved, and we need to hold on to the rights we have at the moment. Freedom is being able to live your life where you want, how you like, physically, mentally, and financially.
So it's really, really hard to talk after so great speakers, but like Klaus mentioned, I'm from Ukraine, and I think whole of Ukrainian young people and Ukrainians understood what means freedom after freedom was taken away. Because Ukrainians and like my friends, my colleagues, we are super free people, and we live in free country. And for us, like when you can't walk after 11, it was impossible. Or when you should sit at home, how it was in the beginning of war, when we have like 2 or 3 days curfew, it was crazy. Or when you can cross the border, or where you can't, I don't know, use your basic rights, it's horrible. But I want to say that for this definition, freedom, all of us should fight day over day, because it's a super special feeling which I felt when I've first time leave Ukraine last year. I had a big conference in Stockholm, and they invited me to be a speaker. And when I crossed the border in Poland, and when I and it was like after 11, and I walk around, and I feel like you don't afraid nothing. You don't afraid that some rockets can kill you. So it's super special feeling. And when we talk about because about freedom, my colleague talked in different meanings. But here, when we talk about unions, about labor rights, it's amazing that there are a lot of nice young women and men who talk about to feel freedom in your workplace, to feel freedom when you want to be a part of election process, when you want to be a part of legislation process. It's really important for us because, guys, I hope that we will be a part of European family, and together we will build this freedom future for all of us, for all of people in European Union.
Because hoo-ha, it's question number 1, and half of the time is over already. So I loved it. I loved all of your responses. I mean, you started with labor rights, but also fundamental rights to move, to be somewhere, to choose the right profession, and of course to have the opportunities also as a trade unionist, but also to be trained accordingly. You mentioned what I thought was extremely important, that you have the feeling that you're reduced very often to the role of a young woman, and there's far more to it. And Robert, for you, it's also like a more dire impression you expressed over the possibilities of living freely in this country, also because maybe certain interpretation of who you are not really accepted here. Miranda, for you it was, wait a second, not that you want to be participation. That was very important to you, as I noted. And of course, Ivana, for you, freedom was not to be bombed, which is also quite clear, very clear and very painful way to put it. I would like maybe also here to have 2 questions to Robert and to Miranda, because what I thought, the first impression was, because very often the EU is decrypted, and you will see it in the back as something being far away from people, and something being oppressive, and something being bureaucratic, that my impression is more that you see this EU more as a guarantor for fundamental rights. Also, the sentence, without freedom, everything is nothing, and without security, everything is nothing. Robert and Ivana, do you think belonging to the European Union makes you safer, or would make you safer, or for Ukraine would make you safer, or for Hungary, does it make you safer?
I think Ukrainians now understand that to be a part European Union, it's super safe, because European society showed us what means solidarity, and how European people from European countries help my brothers and sisters who are refugees now and who live now in Europe, and also what the European government doing for Ukrainian. So for us, it's clearly understand. But also I want to mention that you shouldn't think that someone or some government or some deputy can guarantee you some rights. I think every time you should do everything you can for having some guarantee, for having some services, and if we unite around us a lot of young workers, we should I don't know, we should share this work together and share this intention to have some services from European government, because also during last year I feel that there are a lot of propaganda things, that every time deputy said very nice words, propose very nice services, but it doesn't work. But if you clearly understand what you need, you should do it and you should demand it.
Köszönöm. Igen, én is azt gondolom, hogy az Európai Unió
the European Union, being a member to the European Union, a member state, can mean that the EU can offer lots of things. And now I will have to find a way to end my contribution positively. So if there is a huge unit which is good, but there are smaller parts, and you're in one of the smaller parts and you think that this big hall is okay, but somebody in your unit, in your smaller unit, says that the big one is not good for you, how can you act against that? And I think this is politically correctly formulated, and you understand what I mean without saying anything. So it is good to be a member. I would wish to add more, contribute to a greater extent, and make better use of the EU. And it would be a pleasure if there were occasions like that for Hungarian young people to learn how to contribute more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before moving to Sara regarding the social safety also and the importance of public services here with Mateusz, Miranda, Finland, I think the Turkish government just accepted today. How does it feel, or how has it felt to have 3,000 kilometers of border, or how many thousand kilometers, and what has this perception actually of security, of safety, has that changed, and what does it mean for you? I mean, to be part now of also, let's say, of the European defense family, there has been a 180 degrees shift also from Finland. How do you feel about that?
So when the news came, Hungary and Turkey ratified the NATO bid, I think a lot of weight has gone off our shoulders. The year with the war, of course, for you as well, but for us as well, it's been quite rough. I think the Finland as a country and the people, the perception of NATO and to be involved army-wise has changed in a way that we have to do something. And being part of NATO has been the right choice, and I think everybody has agreed on that. Now, yeah, it's happy news now. I hope it changes something, or something will happen too.
I mean, it's about how many decades of defense doctrine which was thrown overboard.
Yeah.
So, but still, this general sentiment belonging to that family is. I speak, of course, here we speak of NATO, but we mean also indirectly the European Union gives more feeling of security.
Solidarity, more security, being part of some kind of family to fight against something together. I think European Union is something to do with that too. And I think within a year we've come to realize how important it is to be part of something bigger, not just your own country.
Sarah, many argue that freedom is nothing without equal opportunity, social inclusion, poverty alleviation. We had this morning a lot. You showed what you feel about freedom. Somebody also said to define what freedom is the most unfree thing to do, because you take all the other freedom of other peoples to define that for themselves. But many people say social inequality. I mean, basically, if you don't have a social safety net, if you don't have a job, if you don't have proper working conditions, freedom becomes very quickly very shallow or hollow. Do you agree to that? And why
well,
yes?
Yeah, I wouldn't go as far as call it an absolute, because I wouldn't want to take away the fact that people could feel free at any time. So taking away the fact that they could have the possibility to feel free regardless of their conditions. So I wouldn't say it would be nothing, but I would certainly say that combating inequalities and having a social protection maximizes the way that you can be free, and maximizes the fact that you can actually make your own choices. But then obviously when you hear firsthand what is going on in Ukraine, you sort of get a slap in the face and you think, well, actually freedom without peace is actually nothing, because there you actually attack the very core of your being, which is life. But I think certainly what happens with the European level, the having a social safety net and combating inequalities together, and putting all of the different countries together. So, you know, different countries, they've struggled in different areas, and they overcome those struggles, and actually coming together to see how different societies have overcome their struggles and coming together to fight it actually strengthens the way that you can be free together, sharing your problems and the way their solutions with all of the other governments and countries. And as Miranda said as well, you know, being part of something bigger, because you actually do not feel alone. So not feeling alone is also part of combating freedom, and part of not feeling alone is having a social protection and combating social inequalities.
Oh, you said it so nicely. I have tears in my eyes now. Because, Matthäus, we spoke a lot of public services, and you also referred to the negotiations which are taking place in Germany at the moment. We spoke a lot about social safety net, well-being, but also security, of course, and how could I say, the general principles of the rule of law, democracy, etc., etc. How do you see the role of public service, public administration in this regard, and particularly the role of the public sector workers?
I think as a trade union representative also here from public service, as we all are in the room, it is crucial that we really ensure during our daily work that basically the people, so the society we're working for, this is something that each of us, public service servants, has to really understand, also by blood, by heart, and by mind setting, that when we decided to work for public service, we decided to work for the society. And with this, we have, and for this also, from the trade union perspective, on the other side, we have to ensure that the public servants, service servants, that they are well equipped with, firstly on a well-equipped working place, but secondly also financially, that they really can ensure to have equal access for everyone.
Miranda, you Finns are annoying because you're always on top of all the, you know, you're the happiest people. So the latest one was you were the happiest people. Is there a direct maybe connotation with the fact that, let's say, your public services are supposed to be working well? Do you think there's a link whatsoever?
Do you mean that are the public service
performing well? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. But there has been discussion, people working in hospitals, for example. After COVID, the situation has getting worse. There is not enough people. They're working huge hours. It's just not, the situation is not good. So with the election coming in, let's see what kind of solutions they will achieve. But all in all, yeah, the situation is good.
Annoying things, yeah. So let's come to the next, because Matteo said something very important. I decided to work for society, and I think this is also something. I think of trade unions somehow. There's also, well, you work for society in a certain way because you defend the interest of all. And we heard, following also Luc's remark, or the discussion following Luc's remark, how this cohesive element of this glue that sticks or that keeps society together may be increasingly, how could I say, weakening. And that is why, of course, we always, I mean, we have to say that because we are trade unions ourselves, but nevertheless, we say the role of trade unions, looking at all the transitions coming, at the uncertainties, etc., is increasing. How, Sarah, how about for you the cross-border cooperation of trade union? Is it needed? Will trade unions be needed in the future? Less? More? What do you say?
Absolutely needed, especially right now that we're getting more and more multinational companies working in different areas in Europe. We had I can bring my own example with Stellantis, which is the 4th biggest car manufacturer. And obviously that has people in Spain, in France, in Turkey. And having actually talked and having a dialogue with the other unions in the other countries had made us have better contract, because there has been a renewed and negotiation season right now that's gone in Italy, and we've all compared what has been going on in the other countries, and we all talked with the other unions, and we have managed to have a good contract because of this dialogue with the other unions, but which has to get stronger and bigger with the European Work Councils as well. We have to actually value more what happens and what sort of dialogue happens with the European Work Councils, because we actually, sometimes companies tend to sort of get the contract that has the sort of minimum standards and equalize it to everybody else. But what we want to do as trade unions, check in all of each countries which one has the best working condition, the best quality, and make that the standard to reach for. And so this is why it's important to have a trade union, and it's important to have a dialogue between different trade unions in all the different countries within Europe.
So I would give the floor in a second to Ivana also, because to report about the social dialogue situation also in Ukraine, which is at the ground. But Sarah, coming back to you, you said, we worked a lot also about the future roles of trade unions. To be honest, sometimes I'm a little bit afraid, because I think it's not only anymore solely about interest representation. It will be it will mean stepping into political decisions also, or whatever order. And do you agree that trade unions, what will be the main task of?
I agree, and I actually feel that we've come to the realization that with rights comes great responsibility. The same way as when you have a power.
Very well said, yeah.
With rights come great responsibility, and we have the responsibility to represent people, which doesn't mean just taking their needs and interests and bring them to the table. It means actually finding proposals and solutions for them and inform them, give out information and combat misinformation, because most of the time what happens that we have the power to actually mobilize great numbers of people. So we have a huge power that we can exercise, but we need to do it while being well-informed, well-prepared, and being responsible that what we do has a huge impact right now, not only in our territory, in our country, but at global level.
Yeah, very well said. The more rights we have, the more responsibilities come with them. Ivana, for you.
When we talk about social dialogue in Ukraine, yes, I think we had bad condition in this area even before war started. But during last year, we had huge change with the labor legislation in our country. And this, I don't know, this block between trade unions and our government, when we try to do some amendment to labor law, we can do it. Because our government said that, okay, in our country we have marginal law, so we should accept these bad labor laws, but also they mentioned that in agreement about our European Union membership, mentioned about that we should reform our labor legislation. Yes, we should, but we shouldn't to put this point which made worse the labor condition. But we try to do something with this process and to find contact with our government and also to find a contact with our government through European unions. Because we try to build our trade unions in Ukraine, not only like our post experience, like Soviet Union experience, but build like new European trade union. But also I want to say that if you have opportunity to have social dialogue between employer, between government, and between trade union, it's wonderful because you can know what need all of sides. And it's a real instrument how you can protect labor rights and how you can help your economy.
Well, it's all coming back to what Miranda said also about participation and what was said this morning. If we cooperate, that always strengthens, how could I say, the tissue of any society. Yeah.
And it's important because, for example, in our way to European Union, it's important to teach, for example, my colleagues, trade union leaders, to European rules and European traditions, how it works in European Union, because in this case we can't prevent some things in the future. And I know for sure, like because I worked like a teacher before I started to work in union, that through education you can open a lot of doors, and you can develop leaders, you can develop workers, and in that way you can help, like in my example, help Ukrainian to be a strong part of European Union, not to be a weakly part, because also Ukrainian society, we don't afraid to go to the demonstration. And if, because now we can't do it because a war, but before we had actually a lot of demonstration. And if someone goes bad, we go to outside and we say that we want to change it like we did in 2014.
Yeah. I sense, Mateusz, you want to come in with a comment or something, just because my next question would go to you. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you, Ivana, also, I think it was on Monday, we had a European Defence Roundtable organized by CESI, and then we heard different defense experts also about how the war is evolving and what basically different actors can be done, could do. And indeed, what you said, I mean, this whole civil society element is creating stable civil societies, creating social dialogue, having strong trade unions, having impartial, independent public administration, public services was a very, very central element. So I'm also hoping that in the future we can work together in this direction, and not only us, but also the other trade unions here around the table. Please, Mateusz.
I just wanted to pick up because in the beginning of the questions you raised, part of the questions about how trade union work should look in the future, and this is something that we are discussing since many years already. And I just wanted to mention briefly an observation that we are having now in Germany in this bargaining, the collective bargaining, that since we came a bit more back to the roots of our trade union work, really going on the streets, motivating people, and as you said, demonstrating the power that we as a trade union have in the society, it activated more people to join now a trade union. It's a positive observation that we are having. All the trade unions are now involved in this collective bargaining can observe that we are getting more members. Maybe one of the reasons, but that's just really my thought, is that really people see now an economic difference and that they feel it in their own wallets, in their own money, pocket money, that they need to go and really fight for their income and for their rights, and this is motivating a lot of people to join trade unions. So really, as we have been discussing about the future of trade union work, we really never should forget the grassroots work, how important it is to motivate the people, because this is the most and basically the only power that we as a trade union have in any political process in the societies.
Yeah, bravo. Mutually reinforcing also the moment you have proper grassroots work, then you have more, of course, more membership, and the more membership you have, the more power you get. Robert, we spoke about it already indirectly, but still the very straightforward question where we speak of European values. And if some of you have been following all these quotes, you know, for some this is total bullshit, and for others it's the very fundament the whole European Union is built upon. Are there sets of European values, and what is your opinion? You got the worst question, I know.
Hogyha megengeded, amíg azon gondolkozok, hogy erre mit válaszoljak, reagálnék arra, amit mondott az előbb.
I want to answer, but I'm thinking about what Mateusz has just said, and we experienced it with MKKS. It would be very good to return to the roots, well, to motivate people to a demonstration with thousands of people, but how can you do it in a country where right to strike is abolished, and people go on the street and they call it civil disobedience, but it's not a strike. But if you live in a country like this, that you cannot strike because you don't have this right, so what can you do with the trade union roots where you returned? Maybe all MKKS employees could go to the street, but it's not a strike. Maybe it answered your second question, European values. It would be a huge European value if we could make use of our right to strike. Well, so I reacted to your question. And in the case of our other international relation, we had to explain it over and over again, because people thought my English was too poor, because it's impossible that you don't have the right to strike. It's not possible that the government can do it, that you go on strike, but you have to do your work 100%. Well, I mean, if I am on strike, I'd have to work 100% of my working time, so it's not a strike. And they didn't understand, but I'm telling it to you in my mother tongue, and this is the case. In this country, you cannot strike. Well, you can strike if you do your work 100%. Or on Saturday, or Sunday is even better.
Az európai értékek egy jó magyar vasárnap templomba megy, tehát akkor
well, a good Hungarian citizen goes to church on Sunday, or makes children, because it's a duty now. Well, we have to produce at least 3 Hungarian.
Megvárom, amíg újra elmondom, legalább 3 gyereket ki kell termelni.
You have to produce at least 3 children if you are a decent woman, but on Sunday, so we cannot strike on Sunday.
Igen, szeretnénk, hogyha ilyen európai értékek ránk is vonatkoznának.
Well, it would be good if such European values concerned us as strike right, but we do anything to change this.
Thank you very much, Robert, for this very clear and very, how could I say, to the point demands, or to the point description of the situation. Before opening the floor here, also to the audience, one last question maybe to Sarah, because we came across the right to strike, and the right to strike leads us, of course, to, in this case, collective labor law. If we think of individual labor law, does the EU, because it's already been said, we spoke also about free movement of workers, and the deputy mayor was mentioning that of course, Eastern Europe was also very often, let's say, the area where cheap labor was used, to put it that way. also taking benefit of the advantages of the single market. Do you think the EU strengthens or weakens social protection and labor law? Or if not, what should be done now?
I think that, well, keeping in mind one thing, that the EU cannot do as much as we think it can do on labor, because it depends obviously on the national governments. But it does put a sort of scrutiny on the national governments that is felt by the companies and is felt by the workers. So when we think about the gender gap in pay, when we think about the movement of workers, when we think about the equal pay of workers working in different countries and having equal conditions, it does strengthen what happens in the national government. Because when you give information out of what is going on at European level, when you give a directive, even if the government doesn't receive the people do. So the more we spread out information on what the EU is doing, the more we actually focus on the issues that the EU focuses on, the more information we give out to the people, the more the national government will have to be forced one way or another to actually listen to it and to apply the regulations on labor market and what we stand for regarding to working conditions and equality in work. And
so you're saying also that what happens at EU level, you use that not only as a collective bargaining leverage, but also political leverage in your demands.
And it's sort of like, it felt like a scrutiny if you do something to a worker at national level, that worker knows that there is an institution above the national government that they can go to and ask for help and actually mobilize something that could actually, focus on, put and highlight on the issue. That can be solved.
But our governments also always do. They say, it's always better. The grass is always greener on the other side, and the trade unions should do that also. We heard that in Finland, and by the way, we should have that in Italy also. Who wants to ask a question to the audience? Make a comment. Oh yes.
Morosi János vagyok MKKSZ-től. Igazából nem kérdés.
János Morosi, MKKSZ, so it's not a question, just two explanations. Where we organized a strike in the social area, and the state as a main employer had the stance that they agree with the strike if we work full-time. It's a typical case. It came to the highest court of Hungary, and we got right that it was a violation of the law from the government. But let me give you an example about the legal situation in Hungary. Some years ago, an act was adopted, and the Constitutional Court stated it was unconstitutional. And next week, this became part of the constitution. So that's rule of law in Hungary.
So indeed, the law rules. Yeah. Are there some? Yes.
Egy észrevételem
Thank
lenne,
you.
és egy kiegészítés.
Just a remark, an additional remark.
Észrevételem az lenne, hogy nagyon jó szívvel és élvezettel
Well, I have been listening to the freedom rights when the young panelists were talking about the freedom rights. And these forms of freedom are an integral part of democracy. Well, my remark concerns the strike. We haven't discussed a very important question, the motivation of employees. So not only the laws influence the efficiency of strikes, but how an individual employee or a group of employees recognize their situation and interests. And we have difficulties with this. But I think this could be a European remark as well.
Thank you very much for this remark. It leads me back to basically what youth has been saying for many years. It's about participation, or it's not about the placebo of participation, or what Miranda also said, that it will be about real social dialogue also by the end of the day. Who wants to make a comment, to ask a question? I still have 275 questions here, so this is here. Please.
Én azt szeretném kérdezni, nem tudom, hogy nagyon nehéz lesz erre válaszolni, hogy ti mit tennétek a mi helyünkben, hogyha a sztrájk, tehát van nagyon fontos érdekkövetelésünk keresetnövelésre.
So we have, let's say, wage increase demands. Wait.
Jó. Tehát ti mit tennétek a mi
So
helyünkben?
what would you do
akkor,
in
amikor
our
a sztrájkjog
place?
nem alkalmazható,
So
de nagyon
right to
nagy a
strike
feszültség,
cannot be
és,
used, but we have a huge tension.
Mi lenne az általatok javasolt megoldás?
So what would be the solution, your solution? Well, because we cannot organize a legal strike.
Az pedig,
Doesn't make any sense.
polgári engedetlenséget felvállaljunk, azt ugye nem lehet
Civil obedience cannot be organized because it's an individual decision.
Tehát, hogy
Trade union cannot organize it. So, do you have any creative ideas? Well, I have a suggestion. Well, I don't know if we can apply it, but maybe you have a better answer to this question.
I would pick it up because, to be honest, like a month ago, Robert, we had a meeting, CESI Youth Board meeting, and Robert was speaking about the issues that you are facing as a trade union. And since then, I'm always thinking how we can help you and provide also anyhow some change at the end. And to be honest, like, because you don't have the right to strike as far as I understood, do you have the right to go on demonstrations, as you said, on the weekend? This is something that is possible. So to really pick up the society and the media and to demonstrate with this that there's really big issues. And then we spoke also, Luc was speaking today about solidarity, and it's something that we're always speaking. It would be amazing if we could do something from the European perspective to support you and do some solidar strike for Hungary, like European right maybe that's also something for CESI to organize something together on spot EU-wide and raise the voice in our let's say capitals of our member organizations or something like this, to show a sign, hey, you're Hungarians, you're not alone, we stand with you, we want to bring up these topics, not only maybe, as we learned today again, that EU has limited access, maybe to bring it up on our national agendas. We all have ministries for foreign affairs, they should have this high on the agenda as well, and then bringing it up to the European level. This would be something that I could imagine and try to help you anyhow visualizing the situation that you are having, because not everyone is aware of it. And the last, and I think the biggest solution would be, honestly, but this is affecting again the society, is EU sanctions. But the problem is, who is getting it? I mean, it's at the end the people who don't get the money, who don't get the access to the money that they should have. I mean, these are the ones they need it at the end. And with EU sanctions, it would hit, sadly, the wrong target group.
Yeah, we will think of it. I mean, I'm quite sure you have all the experts in the room also when it comes to Hungarian labor law and collective labor law. In Germany, we also have this notion of Bummelstreik, so you go so slow, you walk so slowly at work. This is basically a strike, but of course, and I'm very sure that you have quite extensive case law on that. But this is a way, of course, to deal with the situation. Once again, I'm sure you have absolute experts here around you. But yes, thank you. I mean, this is certainly something where we could also help, either by a campaign with a strike. I don't see us having the capacities of Europe-wide strike, but campaign. In any case, we will be standing by you. Is there other further questions? Dear Marcus. And the lady there.
Thank you, Klaus. Next year we have the European elections, and I would like to hear if you want to share it, at least one argument from each of you. Why should we go vote? And the question is, of course, not only for the EU elections, but also for national elections. why should young people go vote?
You know, I think it's so logical question because if you stay home, someone will choose your future. If you stay home, someone will choose politician party, who will talk you about your labor rights, about your salary, about everything. So you shouldn't be lazy. You should go to the election and to put your part in your future. And I think for all of you in Europe and in Ukrainian, it's a rule now, because you can stay home, because after election you can say, oh, it's bad government. You can say it. You should be honest.
Yes, I completely agree. I've been thinking about the question a lot since we have the election now on Sunday. How to make it more sexy to young people to go vote, how to make it easier, how to make it more interesting. I think voting, at least in Finland, it's quite old-fashioned. You go put a number on a piece of paper and throw it in the box. Digitalization would help a lot. You could do it at home with your phone. You have your phone in your hand all the time. I think it would be very important to make young people more interested in getting involved in politics. Maybe it could be hard to find a politician who has the exact same values or opinions as you, but everybody finds a person who at least has something in common, or some things that you also like. Yeah, it's very important to vote.
Két kérdés volt, az egyikre megpróbálok biztosan válaszolni.
Well, we got two questions. I try to answer one. Well, I'll go to the elections because I can do it still, and I'm sure
jól számolják.
That they count it decently.
Ezt tudom röviden mondani. És hogy miért kell elmenni a fiataloknak?
So why should young people go to the elections? Due to the same reason. Nowadays I heard a talk, two young people talk to each other about the situation in Hungary, and one told the other, well, I hope the Hungarians wake up once, because there is no other solution, that they wake up and see that they let it do to themselves. And one way of waking up is the election. And you can vote at the top. Maybe people at the top can influence the people at the national level. That's why Hungarian young people should go to the vote.
Well, for me, I'll go vote first because I feel Italian, then I feel European as well. And I feel it is my duty. Voting is a responsibility, as we were saying as well. It's a great responsibility. It's very easy not to vote and then complain. That is actually not taking accountability of what you do and what you think, and it's so easy to just give the fault to somebody else. But if you vote, you're part of the process, and if something goes wrong, you can say, look, this is what I see wrong, and this is why I vote against it. And then second of all, it is important for young people, again, you should vote because your vote has value. If we're the first people that do not value our own vote, and because we think that things don't change, we are actually not giving value to ourselves. I shouldn't make a difference whether I'm young or I'm a little bit older, I'm an adult. I have a value as an individual. I have a responsibility as part of a society to make decision and to actually influence the decision making. And that's why I think it is important to vote.
I can only agree with my colleagues. I see the votes not only as my right, but as a privilege and a duty that I have, because on this planet are existing enough countries where this privilege is not given. But maybe we should ask so clearly, yes, I'm going to vote firstly. And maybe we should ask ourselves, why are also elections on all the levels are not sexy enough for young people. And we heard an example from Finland now about digitalization. One solution, it might be a bit tricky, but for sure there are ways. I mean, in Estonia, they already have it, so it's working. We just have to follow up on that. But the other thing is we have to also understand that the most policies that are done not, or there are not so many policies existing for young people. So we don't feel represented. We don't have also like mentors that we can look up to as a young person and see goals in political life. So these are motivators. And sadly, we have two big examples of two motivators to go for every young person to elections. And I would just say Trump and Brexit. I mean, these are the biggest motivators, I think, to go. Because when we see who was voting for them, for both of them, are not young people. So we have to take the voice that we have, bring it up, and make the cross or the tick, whatever.
Thank you very much. I would not do my job if I would be ended on time. So I will give some more room for question or for comments.
Nagyon köszönöm a meghívást. Nagy Erzsébet vagyok a KKSZ
Erzsébet
szakszervezetétől.
I come from the Democratic Teachers Union. That I can be here. Congratulations to the organizers. You have to know that we are in very close contact with MKKSZ. And, we call it an action unit. Indeed, we consider seriously how to move forward. We are namely the union in Hungary, which for a year has been now organizing strike in Hungary so that working conditions, wages, salaries, workload is going to be more optimal in schools and other education institutes. We are in a situation that in public education, in schools, you have to teach while you say you are on strike. That's nonsense. Indeed, first there was a governmental decree and then an act passed that deprived teachers of the right for strike. This is why we say that we make use of the possibility of what is called civil disobedience. 15 teachers have been dismissed due to exercising the civil disobedience. Solidarity would be extremely important in such an environment. We have not really made use of these solidarity strikes, and perhaps we could also think in terms of real coming together, real cooperation, perhaps not on confederation level, but so our union and MKKSZ is now thinking of how to making up one joint unit, one joint confederation, so as to be able to stand up for the interests of those who work in all these areas and to fight for acts that provide a certain level of protection for the employees of civil service and public service. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very well taken note of that. Very important. And I'm thinking here, of course, with the colleagues, what we could do at CESI level, for instance, also would be indeed interesting. Following also your comments, to say, well, I mean, in German you say, wenn ich nicht mehr weiter weiß, dann gründe ich einen Arbeitskreis. So when I don't know what to do, I create a committee. That's what you say. But in this case, I think it could indeed make sense to have some kind of once a month or every 2 months that we meet from CESI saying, can we actually map where trade union laws are in danger? What could be actually the reactions? We've heard it from Ukraine, we've heard it, of course, from Hungary, and I think at the moment it's also like there's this very strong fight which takes place in Germany. We can learn a lot from it, and also, of course, in Italy you've been quite successful there. I would call it not a day, but an afternoon. I would like to thank you, Matthias. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Miranda. And thanks, Ivana. And I think that's worth... It's annoying. These young people are smart, actually. Really annoying. A big applause to them, please. Yeah. And this is something I'm supposed to show you. I never really understood why, but it's important, and it's important that you go on this website and you register, and yeah.
Now we would switch to the last part of the day for no. I wanted to have them here and come at the end, but it's okay. Okay, so stay. Sorry, there are some logistical issues. Because once by a trainer, I was called the Beyoncé of the stages. I need always space to to walk around. A bit like Klaus also. You're also always walking around, and I'm kind of the same. You're my mentor here. So we're coming to the last part of the day for me personally, the most important one, because we want to reflect a bit on the 10 years of CESI Youth. It was created here in Hungary, and in the beginning we wanted to have it modern, young, fresh, and digital. And we prepared some Slido, but looking at the time, I will not say whose fault it is, but we will try to hurry up now a little bit and really come to the core questions that we're having. Oh, okay, you want to do the Slido? The questions. Okay, because right now we want to discuss with you, and we have here many colleagues from Hungary who spoke that your main and biggest right as a trade union and your biggest power to strike, to demonstrate is cut. We want to speak with you about the importance of trade union work. And we only have a few minutes for this, so I would say just free to the room. Without a Slido, we will just show the questions. For now, what is the core work for you for a trade union in general? What is the most important? Who would like to start? It's for everyone, not only my colleagues here, but for everyone. What is the core? Before this one. Trust? Trust in trade unions. Maybe you can just, when it's only a few words, you can just jump in and translate. And why is trade union, and what is trade union representation important for you? Sorry? Also the other colleagues, the English-speaking colleagues. Why is trade union work important for you? Why is the representation of workers important for you? Why did you join trade unions, some of you already a few years ago? What was the main point why you joined a trade union?
The interpreters do not hear the speaker without the microphone.
These values haven't changed. For generations, these values haven't changed. We are still fighting for the same. Maybe let's come to the second question, because the time is running. And it's about what can trade unions do to address better youth policies? As we had discussions today on the youth, what do you think? What should trade unions do better? Because we mentioned in the panel just that one of the elements why young people maybe don't go to votes is that youth policies are not on the right track or maybe not well represented. Yes. I see everyone is still thinking.
We should be more digital.
More digital?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I was thinking that you translate when there's only 1-2 words, but that's a lot. Yes, we should use this one.
I can understand it in Hungarian.
Can you please repeat it? Yeah, but she needs a microphone.
Igen, tulajdonképpen az oktatás kellene olyanná tenni, hogy a fiatalok megismerkedhessenek ott a szakszervezettel, hogy mire kikerülnek a
have content by which young people learn about trade unions before they go to the world of labor. And so that they learn already at school what it means to be a union member. And the representation of interest and unification is important. Young people need to learn that they should not work against each other, but with each other, next to each other. And that would be important for unions as well, going back to decades of union history.
Nem tetszik.
No, I don't like that.
Nem ott tart, amit feltételezel,
no, young people is not there where you think they are. We're not working against each other. No,
extra szociális
there's no level. No, we could say the contrary. Young people are exceptionally in solidarity with each other. No, I don't think that it's true for young people today, and I don't care for how it was in the past with young people.
Am I right? Yes.
On one side, definitely you're right, I agree. But on the other side, when I'm just thinking about now my university life, I mean, something that you learn from the beginning is competition. I remember my first day at university, my professor said to us, look around, there for the next 5 years your colleagues, later you have to apply, there's your competition at the labor market. So solidarity, maybe, I mean, it depends on how intensive it's taught and what is the context. It's important, absolutely.
Fiataloknak példamutatás kell. Tehát azok, akik már a munkaviszonyban vannak, dolgoznak, azoknak meg kell mutatni.
Sorry, young people need example from those who are already in the labor market. These people have to know how they can fight for additional rights. As long as young people do not get an insight into that, they will never realize it. Teaching is important, but only to those who already know what a union is and how to join that. So first you have to attract the young people, and then the elderly generation has to show what it means to be a member.
So
it's the same as it is with work.
Intergenerational cooperation.
Yeah, in my work field, people in their 20s, they don't know why they should be in trade unions, because everything is fine. So until something goes wrong, then they feel like, now I need the trade union. As long as everything is okay, they don't feel the need to join in. I think that's part of the issue, that even though everything is now okay, it's still important to be united.
Köszönöm szépen. Én igyekszem a kérdésre válaszolni.
Thank you. I try to answer the question.
Úgy hangzott el, hogy miért van szükség a fiatalokra a
Why do we need young people in unions? That was the question.
Azért van szükség,
we need it. We need them because they bring new approaches, dynamism, new knowledge.
Örökségünknek az átvételére,
and they will take over the heritage.
Továbbviteléről ő gondoskodnak.
We can pass on. They keep traditions alive.
Köszönöm. Én a János ére szeretnék reagálni, és Jóskáira is, hogyha te úgy értetted, hogy a munkahelyen van szükség a fiataloknak megtanítani az érdekvédelemre, az is nagyon igaz, és én meg a másik oldalát meg még inkább fontosnak tartom, és kettő nagyon jó példánk van erre, hiszen a CESI és az MKKSZ is így dolgozik, hogy a szakszervezet dolgozzon együtt fiatalokkal, hogy kinevelje a következő érdekvédelmi harcot. És hogyha ezt mindannyian megtesszük, akkor akkor lesz egy munkavállalói oldal, ahol a fiatalok megtanultak harcolni az érdekeikért, és lesz egy érdekvédelmi oldal, ahol ki
so
vannak
that's the interest representation side, because you teach future unionists. That's how CESI does it, and we do it. It's not because I sat down and read what unions mean, but I know what union is because I kind of absorbed from all those I worked with. So working together with young people is important for both sides.
Can I just add on to that? I think it is important that we have to grasp, and what has to be passed on is actually the passion and the care that you have to have in order to represent somebody else. But we do not have to patronize who comes next, and we don't have to tell them that we have to do the things the same way that have been done for these long years, because we have to remember one thing, that doing the same thing over and over again is not experience. That is just doing the same thing over and over again. So, and when we say that a young person doesn't have experience, are we actually saying that they don't have experience, or are they not doing the things the way that we expect them to do? Especially when we talked about the labor market, it is completely different from the person that has been doing the same job for 30 years in the same position. They have a vision of the labor market which is very static, very stable, does not change. It's not the labor market that we are entering, completely different. It's very fast changing. Your role is changing within the company. You're changing different companies. You are entering in a different sort of set levels. So what it is important for a trade union is to make them understand how it is important not to be alone, not to be an individual, but to be an individual at the service of your community, because you have to better your conditions and the conditions of others. So we have to pass on the passion and teach them what it means to actually represent in the duty in representing people and actually working for others and for the person next to you and who is weaker. The weaker person, how it is important to represent them as well, even though you do not have that weakness, but not teach them to do the same things that you've been doing for all of these years, because that just doesn't work, doesn't apply to us.
Absolutely agree. I would take it. You wanted to say? Absolutely agree on this. I would make a little wrap up at the end, but let's go to the third question. So we have like 5 more minutes, I would say, because the third question is, do you have it there, Raluca? Perfectly. Because we said that we need a spot where youth policies and youth issues are brought up. And this is also a momentum where your youth organizations can also bring up their issues that they're having, and they want you as a whole organization to work on and to specifically work on these youth issues. So I would ask here my colleagues especially, but also anyone else in the room, what do you feel like? What are the most important issues for young people to address now on the trade union level? Mm-hmm. What are the, yeah, go.
Okay. For me, it's actually when we actually talk about youth, to be honest, it's future. So it's actually, for me, it's more appropriate to talk what do we do for the future rather than say what we do for young people, because being young is just a phase. We go in and out of it. I mean, all of us have been young once, and we won't be young anymore in a couple of years, in 10 years. So actually, what do we do for the future? Do we have action plans that do not act on a quick solution? Do we have a plan that, even though it might not give us quick positive reactions straight away, but it pays in the long run? Do we prefer those? Should we point to those action plans rather than have, quick satisfaction? Let's think about 5-10 years. What are we going to leave to those who come, next? How do we pave the future of work for others, and how do we take that on? So for me, it's more, what do we do about the future? For me, the trade unions, politics, government, they should have long-term action plans, not just, put a patch on a crisis, think about.
Erzsébet. Klaus, ja? Ich bin hier angebunden.
Ja, Klaus, te? Vagy én?
Klaus, you or me?
Tehát én azt szeretném mondani, hogy részben értek Szarával egyet, mert a szakszervezeteknek igenis rövid távon is nagyon fontos, hogy folyamatosan
must act
azt
short term as well,
az
because
elvárásokhoz. Tehát
we must
nagyon-nagyon
adapt to
fontos
the
a
new
gyors
situation, the
reagálás,
new
és
requirements. So a quick action can be important. A trade union is good if we are flexible enough and if we can change the direction. Of course, there are medium-term and long-term goals because we have to arrive somewhere, but we must revise it over and over again.
Yeah, I think, you know, yesterday we had our president at CESI, and Roman Wolf, he was just dropping by. And I was saying, he asked me, how are you doing? And I thought, well, I don't really know. I don't really know. But when I look at the event tomorrow in Hungary, I think we're doing well. And this is something, because I really would like to thank all of you young guys for stepping in that. And you said also, you said something very important. I mean, being young is not a quality sign. I mean, we have been young, all of us, and so it's just, but to find young people to step in, to take over the responsibility and all this, which is very important, and I think this is also very important, and I think that's why I like here also, I think we can all stand up and say, sing the city youth anthem for 10 years, that you have been advocating for it, and that we also, because the reverse of the medal is, of course, it's not a quality sign, but it's not a discrimination sign either. So if somebody is young, we should listen to that person just the same way as a grown-up. Thank you anyway for all this work and for 10 years of CESI Youth, and above all, of course, those who have been committing their lives and their soul for it.
Thank you, Klaus. Okay.
Szeretnék egy pozitív példát említeni arra,
I'd like to mention a positive example what a trade union can do and how young people can be involved. It was a special situation in the case of teachers who regularly organized demonstrations. And the pupils understood that improving education is their interest. And thousands of young people, pupils, went to the streets. And I think they stood at the Great Ring in Budapest 5-6 kilometers, and they were standing there. Pupils between 15 and 18 stood on the street, and this is future, and this can be attractive.
Thank you for this. I would just do a short wrap up, and then we have prepared a little manifesto, and then I heard we have to go harsh on time. I try to be on time. I'm also not good at it. But I liked what we all heard now, and I think the biggest pickup for me, and I would like to reflect with you here, is, as Sada was saying, that youth is not a quality and it's just a phase of our lifetime. And there's a life circle that is running all the time. And we all have to ensure, we heard it today, that there is no disconnection in this life circle. So basically we all as young people and young trade unions and young trade union leaders, we need the connections, and we need also the mentoring program of our adult colleagues. Because once they're gone and this connection is really interrupted, it's hard to build up again something. So pick up your young people, your young representatives, bring them on the table or to the table, talk to them, really listen what they have on the core of their heart, because they really are the ones who can address youth issues to your daily work as a trade union. But, so let's come to our little manifesto that we prepared of the reflection of the 10 years of CESI Youth. So, dear CESI Youth members and colleagues and guests, I think it was a great event today, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today on this very special occasion that we have the 10th anniversary of CESI Youth. 10 years ago, some kilometers away on the Lake Balaton, we embarked a journey, one that has been filled with many challenges, but ultimately one that has brought us to where we are today. In 2013, CESI created its own youth platform, CESI Youth, to support trade union activity among young people with the CESI network and to give young workers a dedicated voice at the European political level. It was back in the days in 2013 where the youth unemployment was on the highest peak European-wide. Since then, I have had the privilege to lead this CESI youth as a youth representative and faced forward 10 years ahead. CESI Youth is back in Hungary to take stock of its decade-long activity and to offer a vision for its road that we are having ahead. And I'm very happy that we are here at Hungary, because we could hear today that you are having main issues for workers' rights and for young people. That's why it's also a sign from our side that we came here and we want to demonstrate that we are standing on your side. As CESI Youth is celebrating its 10th anniversary, it is important to reflect on some of our accomplishments. CESI Youth started with very big dreams at the Balaton Lake and passion for youth political representation. CESI Youth worked tirelessly to build something that would make a difference in the way youth policies are pursued on the European level. And I can confidently say that our work has left a mark. Over the years, CESI Youth faced many obstacles, but together with our General Secretariat, it has remained resilient and committed to our mission that we gave us. Looking back at CESI Youth activities in the last 10 years, it is important to highlight 3 main achievements. Firstly, CESI Youth has actively contributed to improving youth memberships in our CESI member organization. It has directly addressed young workers to join trade unions, to become assertive about their rights and obligations as employees. From the specific perspective of youth, it has developed new ideas to improve quality employment conditions. Faster digitalization, increasing labor mobility, enhanced recognition of professional skills, and intensified management and prevention of mental health problems. Secondly, CESI Youth has been working intensively to increase its presence towards the European institutions and with the European youth stakeholder community. We have developed strong partnerships with the European Commission and the European Parliament and contributed to a wide range of contributions, consultations, legislations, proposals, and EU-funded projects. For example, discussing the mental health on European level of young people, discussing the youth guarantee and skills mismatch mobility of young people in apprenticeships and traineeships. Thirdly, CESI Youth has pursued issue-specific cooperation with like-minded partners, such as, for example, Startnet from the Bertelsmann Stiftung, which is focusing on the transition of young people from school to the labor market, and also other youth organizations together with the European Youth Forum. Looking ahead, we have some worries. Speaking about the worries, on this celebratory occasion, CESI Youth warns against the decline of the rule of law in our European Union. We heard it today, and during the existing state of perma-crisis, a pandemic, the war in Ukraine, soaring inflation rates, energy and climate challenges, and uncertain financial prospects for EU and its youth, we raise alarm about a backsliding rule of law in some member states of our European Union. According to the Varieties of Democracy Institute, Hungary is the EU's first electoral autocracy. The restriction of press freedom with the few media law, nationalizing the private pension funds, ousting the Constitution Court, and the interference with the independence of the judiciary are blunt interfaces with the rule of law standards and procedures. This use is saddened and preoccupied of the members of young Hungarians migrating from their countries of origin in search for better perspective. We are hearing everywhere the brain drain. Really big problem in Hungary that we are bringing always up. And we as CESI Youth express its solidarity with young Hungarians who are facing poor job perspectives, low wages, expensive life, and restrictions to their freedoms and liberties. Robert was just speaking today about freedom and the first question that we are having. And we all defined our perspective on freedom. And there was some difference because there's a freedom in theory and in practice. In theory, a lot of us have the same freedom, but in practice, there's a huge difference. And it's something that is affecting young people the most. So CESI Youth believes that the EU should do more to exercise its checks and balances for the applications for the rule of law mechanism in Hungary. Fundamental rights of the European enforcement mechanism remain a sine qua non condition for the EU to exist. But let's go now to hopes and perspectives. Do not close in the dark sheets, as you mentioned it always. So we believe to advocate for more inclusive democratic societies through better political education in schools, more societal participation, and particularly investment in trade union representation. Can I just have a drip? There's different climate in Germany than here. So, yeah. So we as CESI Youth stand today as a proud organization with a team of talented young members who are passionate about what they do. I think today, again, we could hear it. And some of them are already for many years part of our youth network, of our CESI Youth, and we can see it in the daily life and also the development that many of us have done. So we are passionate. Take us with you. CESI Youth has made a difference in the way youth policies are put forward at European level. CESI Youth remains committed to a rights-based approach to work for young people and enhance youth rights in political process. We hope to continue CESI Youth work with integrity, hard work, and a commitment to excellence. As CESI Youth looks to the future, we are interested in the possibilities that lie ahead. As the European Year of Youth has just come to the end, CESI Youth is looking now forward to 2023, the European Year of Skills, and engaging in the greater debate on the ongoing skills shortage in Europe and the large need for skills. Mental health at work and the reinforced youth guarantee apprenticeships and implementation of ALMA will continue to be on our radar, together with the Workers' Exchange platform, which we will speak tomorrow about. I know that the road ahead will not be easy, but CESI Youth is ready to face whatever challenges. I'm confident that the abilities CESI Youth developed, and I am interested to continue building the democratic participatory foundation that we have laid over the past 10 years now. In closing, I would like to thank some of you here, especially mentioning Erzsébet. You are one of the big founders that we have. I know that you in the Presidium have been one of the ones who are pushing very strongly to have a strong youth organization, and you made it 2013. You helped us co-creating, so a big applause for you. And I know the time is running, and Luca is already doing sign language with me. I'm used here. Then I would like to have Sabrina with us and Klaus come to the stage. Then our colleagues from the Secretariat, Tomasz Tilemachos. Who else is there from the youth affiliates? Because you are the guys. No, Tomasz, dawaj, come. And these are the people who stand in front and also behind the scenes of CESI Youth for the last 10 years. So come on. And I would like to ask for a very big round of applause. You made this 10 years amazing, and we are happy to have way more than 10 years with you. So a big applause. Yeah. If I would have a palinka, I would now say cheers to the next 10 years. Thank you very much. Now let's stay here for a group photo, please. No.
Egy pillanatot hadd kérjek, ugyanis eszembe jutott
Just
a harmadik dolog.
I remember a third thing. Please bring your headphones back to the place where you got them, because we need all 60 headphones. So it is not good that they lie around, that they are lying around. So you have to put them back into the box, please. And we are in a hurry. We should be on the bus.